wide does that reach?
Local files. Oh, Jesus. This man's playing with local files. That's lewd.
Ow, I'm dead. Yep.
Local files in your area. Download today.
This is an Arctic base. I can't backpedal as much. I could, but eh. This map's too big. Oh. I'm trying to, you know, tank my rating right now. Sir.
Okay, that's a good one.
NA account, we've grinded all the way, almost to S minus, bro. So yeah.
Local ads have been wild and they need to do something, fuck it. The memes have become the standard.
Oi, where's everyone? Oi, where's everyone? Oi, where's everyone? Oi, where's everyone? Can't be me. No. Ah, my legs. I am dead. These guys keep letting the raid at me. Fuck these guys. Totally their fault. All the way. Totally yes. Guys keep letting the raid at me. Fuck these guys. Totally their fault. All the way. And number 2 is by himself.
Oh, I know.
Bruh.
I'm in a hangar.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
trying to
no
hanger.
echo.
I don't
echo
hear
at
any
all?
echo. Echo? No. Hello?
I'm
in a hangar.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they're trying to
Okay.
hanger.
This will work. Because that way I don't have to, like, definitely make sure that I'm...
Oh damn, that's awkward.
Okay, so for some reason, like, it keeps erroring. What in the world? Why won't it... Uh-oh. When I hit go live, it errors.
Have a bad feeling.
Okay, let's try this. Gotta re-put in the code, and then it should be good, hopefully. So I did last time that I did this. Hey, there we go. Okay, it worked.
Did it actually unlock everything on the Switch end? It sure did. Yay. Okay. Also, I can hear you in your headset. Not Emblem. Magnum.
Try it again.
Hello. A little bit.
Oh no. Bummer. I guess if I get really quiet, then it like tries to look for sound.
Sound, yeah. It's weird because, like, proximity-wise, I don't think you're that close to your mic. It's not even in the shot, so...
There it is.
Hmm.
So I don't know. There might be some kind of short in it. It can happen sometimes.
Like crosstalk or whatever.
Yeah. But there we go. I turned it up a little bit more, so hopefully I'll watch just to make sure it comes through the Discord. But let's see. Okay, we just do the cameras and then I'm good to go. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Let me switch my shit. Probably gonna be doing dailies.
Topics.
Do we want to do any group fuckery in terms of just slapping each other around or no?
We were doing that next week, right?
Well, that's a different thing, but I'm just assuming.
Oh, I gotcha.
Maybe we could do a 2v2. That could be fun. See how the
Sure,
new timer
yeah.
is. Randomly do a section of that later on in the thing.
Well, time to make a beep noise.
Yeah, my PlayStation's hooked up, so I'd be ready to go.
And since I lost my 4 remote, actually no, my remote works.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask because I didn't want to be in like the middle of a match. I might be anyway, but just so that I know ahead of time.
Or... All right. Here.
I wonder how that works for live streams. We're gonna find out.
Oh lord. Okay. I kind of wish I had 3 monitors. Fuck.
If anything, I want a
Three
fourth
monitors
one
is
now.
Very nice.
Because at this point, it's gonna be like 2 between both computers.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was joking about this the other day, but you know how most people when they do GBO2, because they're waiting for lobbies, they like play another game on the side.
Oh, sure.
Technically, I can't on my streaming computer because the way that my capture switch works, it just does it for both the consoles and the main screen of the PC. But if I had a secondary one, technically I could just keep it off the switch, put it into the computer through like the graphics card, and just have like a secondary monitor to play shit between rounds.
Oh my gosh.
You play GBO 2 on your Switch?
Boo. I can't even imagine how that would run, dude. PS4 was struggling, let alone that thing.
Right. Yeah, the Switch
It'd be
would
the cloud
oh my God.
edition.
Oh my
The
gosh.
Switch version would look like Endless Duel.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Resizing everything real quick.
What's the one that they had on PS3 with the limb destruction and stuff?
Crossfire.
If they had to be Crossfire but at a stable frame rate, people would probably be about it.
I'd play it.
Oh, that was the thing, right?
It chugged
Like,
and it was buggy and weird, but like the concept and the premise was amazing.
Yeah, so the concept was great. The ideas that they had for it was great. It was
Performance was
and it was because they used. Well, did you know about the story behind Crossfire?
Was it some sort of crunch time disaster?
Not only that,
Like every game.
so not
Would it
only
make a
was
good
it
episode of What Happened?
So not only was it a crunch time disaster, but these guys were freshly out of college.
Nice.
So they're babies.
So they were not only fresh out of college on a crunch time, running on and programming for a PS3. From what I heard, was that the PS3 engine for like programming and shit was an absolute nightmare and a half.
Yeah, dev kits were pretty ass.
So So not only were the dev kits really bad, but Bandai was like, I want you to get this done as quickly as possible and out the door by whatever year it released.
Mm-hmm.
So...
I
and
forget
these are
if
like
they
a
were
whole bunch
aiming
of-
for a holiday release for that or not.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were. And it was supposed to be like their last hurrah in the States too. So like they were really trying to push it because they were losing their demographic in the States.
Yeah. But what
So that's-
series was up during the time?
what was that? 2006?
Was that like
So that would have been Seed.
Seed? Okay. Seed,
Double
like
O-
Destiny would have still been there. and
Destiny would have been running nearly at the end.
Double O would have been the year
Double O-
after.
00 was like a year or so after, and it was airing on the Sci-Fi Channel.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even Toonami. Toonami fucking died right after Seed.
Yeah.
Okay, man.
So, the
It's so crazy
Sci-Fi
that
Channel,
Sci-Fi picked that up and not like G4
Yeah.
or something. Or were they still Tech TV back then? Or was it G4?
Gosh, I don't even
I forget
think
how long the
G4 was-
merger lasted.
Trying
Because
to
remember, it
because
used
I
to
know
be
I'm a little
G4
too
Tech
young for
TV
it.
back in the day.
Ah,
Also, this is pre-podcast, guys, and you're just digging around.
yeah,
So
yeah, we ain't live yet.
This is pre-podcast tangenting.
Yes.
You only
not
get that
not
live.
the special brand of during podcast tangenting.
Yeah,
Oh my
very
God.
similar, but the flavor and the aroma is different.
Indeed.
The aromas.
Yeah.
The
I like
mouthfeel
that.
is quite
It
wide.
has a different body and feel during the podcast.
Mm. Yes, quite.
Yes, always catch downtime before it starts and then leave immediately when it does begin because I prefer to pre-podcast.
Yes.
Yeah, bro.
Nice. Tune back in as soon as it's over because I want to hear what they said afterwards.
I want you to give me a recap of the podcast that I purposely missed. Yes.
Yeah,
Do so while you're in the middle of the death throes in a daily match.
that sounds like Twitch chat. So it sounds.
What I
seems
missed,
good.
bro.
Yeah. I left as soon as the podcast started and came in at the end. What did I miss? Did you guys talk about the thing that was new last week?
Could you give me an entire stat rundown while you're fighting this dude that's on your asshole? Sure, of course.
What's
I'd be
that?
happy to.
What's that? Your game is lagging? Oh, that's okay. Let's talk about the podcast and see what I missed.
My
Let's be
bad.
real though. Nobody ever asked questions about the podcast.
Oh,
so
no.
We're ready to deal with this. So I want the screenshot if anyone's ever like, "Hey, I missed this I missed the podcast." Like
Podcast
outside of
is
the
like
podcast.
mythical at this point. Like
Yeah,
every time we bring it up, they're like, "You guys do a podcast? Wow!"
crazy. I know.
It's like, what's that?
I broke up. And where did you go? Oh no.
What? Where is the Magnum?
Mangum had to do something, I guess.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I forgot I had Star Fox
Did he type
64
anything in here?
soundtrack. So, funny thing.
Mm,
So, of course, I was moseying around on the YouTubes and being bored. Well, the algorithm was like, hey, since you like Star Fox 64 music, here's this dude that figured out how to uncompress all of the N64
Genius, basically.
music and post it on YouTube. And I'm like,
Yeah.
uncompressed?
Yeah.
What? Uncompressed? Hell yeah! So I was watching his YouTube video, and he's like, okay, so this is how I did it. We basically went through the whole spiel about how he did this.
How long did the spiel last?
Well, he dumbed it down to 20 minutes, but really it was like a 3-hour conversation.
God damn.
Welcome back, Magnum.
So basically, to put it lightly, he grabbed a Star Fox 64 ROM, opened it up, and found the audio files. And within the audio files, he found
Nice whipped cream.
ooh,
Fancy.
what he found in the audio files was that he was trying to look for the music. Well, the music was how they made the game was very odd, because apparently they had two composers to make the music.
All right.
And it was, Koji Kondo and one other guy. I cannot remember his name at the moment. Koji Kondo knows how to do MIDI files with separate instruments. However, the other guy made it in one whole audio file.
Okay.
So anything that Koji Kondo was able to do, basically the guy, the YouTuber that basically figured all this out, he was like, more or less said, Koji Kondo knew how to separate all of his audio tracks and make it easier to basically recompose.
I was gonna say, so he recompiled them.
So he recompiled them. However, the other guy had it in one whole audio file and went, well, this is gonna be he's like, oh my god, I'm probably gonna half-ass this. I don't know what I'm gonna do. So he's like, so anyway, it took me 3 hours to figure this out. And I'm like, oh my god! So basically, he meticulously kind of went through each sound wave. I'm not even kidding. He went through each sound wave to figure out what instrument was what, basically copied that tune, and made a whole new audio file out of it.
Sounds about right. Oh, God.
I'm like, and how long did this guy take? And he's like, oh no, it took several hours. And I'm like, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, that's normally a pain when you have to go through, find everything and kind of like just dictate each note and everything. Like, a friend of mine though has perfect pitch, so for him it's like big deal, and I kind of hate it a little bit, but. I mean, still, even just several hours seems quick. Just saying.
Well, I'm assuming just for the general premise, and then the rest is actually just doing the footwork for all the tracks. Depending on how many he converted. Oh, very good. There you go. He's dead.
But yeah, I'm good on my end too. So,
Yeah.
ready? Everybody ready?
I didn't mean to tackle there.
Okay, Margaret.
Oh, Chris.
I feel like adding that just at the beginning. Okay, marker. Oh Christ!
Where and how will you redeploy?
Okay, here we go. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to another episode of Downtime in the Hangar, where we talk about all things GBO2 and definitely not tangent.
Not at all. Not
There's
once.
guaranteed tangents just with the topic list there. I have no clue what to put. Hopefully it's in a cohesive thing for possibly putting the what are they called in the description that I always do, that I don't always do. Timestamps. There we go. But yeah,
Hey.
hopefully that's kind of cohesive. But if not, oh well. But anyway, this is going to be a special episode 2. We got Maniac on to talk about past stuff and things, and as well, 2, this is going to be kind of like a farewell kind of podcast for Emblem. He's going to be quitting content creation. So Emblem, if you want to go ahead and say anything.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Just been having a lot of busy time with life and things, I guess. Recently got a promotion, doing more work. I work at a commercial bank, so and we're like painfully shorthanded like everybody else. So pretty much just got a whole bunch of business clients thrown in my lap. So I'm just trying to really have to work double duty for stuff like that. You know, I was late today. I thought I was gonna be on time, and then like as usual, something comes up last minute. But late today, just with stuff like that. So it's kind of been something that has been on the back of my mind for a little bit, but kind of came to a head in October. So I'm gonna take this time to kind of step back, focus on work, and probably even look back into finishing up my school, because I kind of put it off to the side after my major got dropped back when I was in Alabama going to Auburn University. So I'll take this opportunity to focus on work and school and get that finished up. And then who knows, maybe at some point can pick it back up. But it's been a while, so I'm gonna spend most of my free time just kind of like refreshing, essentially, doing some studying and stuff like that. Something I want to make happen, so I'm ready for that. But that's the big thing, though. Nothing too crazy. As far as chat said, War Eagle chat. As far as that's the thing you say in Auburn. If you go to Alabama, you have to say "Roll Tide." Or I'm sorry, it's actually.
Oh my god.
No. I think no. Oh gosh, I swear I'm from Alabama. War Eagle. No, I think yeah. No, I think I got it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like,
Looks like things are going our way.
now I'm downing myself. Anyway,
Get out there and
I'm pretty sure it's Roll Tide. War Eagle, Roll. Anyway, whatever. Sports ball things, but yeah. But
Sports good.
yeah. Besides that, though, just another busy week. I've been on some weight loss. I want to say gains, but I guess losses. My low carb diet's working out for me.
Woo-woo.
Last I checked, I was around 245, which is good. Lost a decent amount of weight. It's pretty cool. Although my doctor has my target set to 200, so I have a ways to go.
Still, progress is progress for sure.
Oh yeah, not bad at all. So I don't hate it. But yeah, so doing that stuff, we'll say I'm gonna early start my New Year's resolution.
Yeah.
That's what I've been telling people. So that's
Yeah,
about the gist of it, though, Magnum.
Also, too, I saw on your Discord, I think you said promotion too, so congrats on that. But hopefully this is a long hiatus more than anything.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be a while. Like part of my plan with work on top of schooling is I can't remember the exact name of it. It's some silly nonsense, but the bank offers a special program that only a few people can get in to, and I haven't finished that part yet. But effectively, once you finish it up, you go to you take like special classes and whatnot, and you become a super banker. It's like the full armor. It's like the full armor kit for a banker duty or whatever. So
Let's go.
yeah, gonna
Full armor
intensify.
banker. That's,
Yeah.
Wow.
Full armor banker, yes.
Or I
So
could
please
just.
don't come to the bank in your full armor, though. We will call the police.
Sounds like a G Gundam suit, full armor banker.
Yeah.
All you have is like a tuxedo and a fucking cash.
Mobile suit, oh my god, yes.
Yeah, our colony is Neo Fort Knox.
Just a money bag with like a gold, it's like a swinging gold mallet.
Yeah,
Someone will make
exactly.
the OC. Don't worry about it.
Let's go, dude.
It'll be commissioned now.
But okay, so there's that, and then we have Maniac on. Maniac, go ahead, and for those who don't know, let them know what you do and stuff and things, all that.
Well, I'm Gundam Maniac. I stream on the Twitch. Woo! Stream a lot of Gundam Battle Operation 2. SRW here and there. Sometimes Yakuza games. Currently trying to get through Kiwami 1. When I have time. And currently, so near the end of the month, I am going to be quite busy with work because I work in a restaurant. And,
Oh god, yeah.
I
and
want to ask how Veterans Day went when you finish up, by the way. Speaking of tangents.
Yeah.
Keep going.
So in other words, since I work in a restaurant, Thanksgiving is one of our two biggest holidays. Woo, boy, it's gonna be fun this upcoming next week because whew, I have I know what to expect, but every time that we expect something, we undershoot the expectation and we get our butts handed to us most of the time.
It's gonna German.
So it's gonna be fun.
Oh yeah.
And so that's one thing. So that's why my streaming schedule has been almost non-existent to just kind of whenever I have like 5 hours on hand or cough cough sometimes 10. Anyway, yeah.
Well, how did Veterans Day go? I think you guys were giving out like chocolate cake or something, right?
Gosh, hold on. How long ago was Veterans Day? Was that
It was
last
last weekend, last Friday.
last Friday? Tell you the truth, I was so busy working, I have no idea what the heck was going on. Dude, like on Fridays, on Fridays, like I'm just cooking food half the time. So like I'm in the back just, throwing stuff in kettles, throwing stuff in the ovens, and I'm just trying to keep up. So whatever special was going on, I had no idea what was going on.
Okay.
Like, I was kind of like, oh my gosh, don't lose your mind, just gun through it. That's basically what it was.
Nah, I heard that. Yeah, and I'm
but
pretty
yeah.
sure most of the like whatever it was, cake or whatever they were giving at your restaurant.
Mhm.
You wouldn't have been working with that anyway. I'm sure you guys like
No, we
you guys
have
toasted it outside, right?
so in terms of like dessert. So I'm a backup cook, so I don't touch anything that's prep. I do most of like whatever goes into the hot box or the steam line. So that's kind of how they separate the two. Now, in some restaurants, in some businesses, like they'll have, the backup cook or prep cook be the same person and do both. Thankfully, we do not do that, and they figured out a more efficient way of doing that, or else I would be dead. Because if I had to do prep and whatever I was doing at the same time,
Oh, so if we end up getting it,
I'd be having a heart attack on the damn floor.
that'll probably be for next round.
Yeah, I've heard prep is pretty rough. So
Yeah, right.
Unless I can switch it here. I'll
will
see about
say,
it,
the
but
last time
it
we
might
got
have to be for
some
next
around
stream.
here,
Just because they're doing
like,
the podcast today.
we got some mashed potatoes, and they were like hard as a rock.
oh jeez.
Oh
The
no.
thing is, they were like super busy. So I mean, I guess, but at the same time, literally, I would be like, oh yeah, let's take a spoon and what? What?
They didn't mix the potatoes!
Perfect
Had a
guard.
Physical like chink noise to it. I was like, okay,
That's impressive because they had to scoop it onto your plate too.
right? Like I'm like, what in the world? How are these?
Get
I mean, they were like in a
Oh,
perfect
God.
little like rectangle cube thing. I was like,
The heck?
oh no, what happened to these?
Yeah, that's what happens when the dishwasher makes the mashed potatoes. I guess.
He just gave him a good rinse and left him on there.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Ran through the dish machine didn't even bother to jet it off.
Oh god.
But yeah, they are definitely busy in certain parts for sure for different things. Even not on like holidays, which I mean I guess middle of nowhere Kentucky, fair enough. But yeah. But yeah, other than that, I forget what you said at the beginning, Maniac. But what other games have you been playing and stuff?
So besides GBO2, Yakuza Kiwami 1, I'm trying to get through all of that. I think I'm at the halfway point. I don't remember. I'm like trying to get as much done on that game as possible. I'm just doing like a crap ton of side quests. So I'm like, maybe I should go to the main story and try to get a few things done. And then I do, and I'm like, more side quests. I'm like, no.
Sounds about right.
And then I keep beating up people on the street too. So Also, I really like. It took me some time to get used to, but Kiwami's leveling system is very interesting in terms of how they do the abilities and stuff.
Yeah, like it's a big jump, especially from like 0, where it's just this full log, like money grind.
Yeah. because now you have to use experience points and not money. So I'm like, oh, so how do I earn experience points? And then they're like, oh yeah, just do a whole bunch of quests and beat up people on the street. And I'm like, okay, so Yakuza 0, but with experience points. Got it. Alright. We'll be fine. I'm at the point where I'm like earning half an experience from beating up 10 guys, so I mean, oof.
Yeah, the scaling definitely gets interesting after a while.
I will say though that the whole game series though, I'm planning to start a journey on that and also Persona at some point. Like those two series though, that's just like a month per game each.
Those are gonna like drain your soul at that point.
Now,
Yeah,
Mag, when you say Persona, where are we starting? Are we like Persona 1 Persona, or are we like Persona 3 Persona?
See, that's the thing. I've got, like, if I could figure out how to hook up my PSP, I got, I think, 4 on it. And then 5 at some point, only now they came out with Royale, which, so I'm
Right.
like, well, they gave it for free on the PlayStation thing, so,
Yeah, the
you
only
know.
way I could imagine would be one of those PlayStation TVs.
yeah, I'll have to, like, I mean, probably 5 just to kind of start there, and then maybe go back, or maybe go back to like 3.
Oh,
then do
you
3,
might be able to
4, 5.
remote play Magnum. Actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do the remote play. But oh wait, no. The PSP though, well, there's a way to do it. You just have to hook it up to something else, and then like it's not. I can't remember if it was a capture card or there's a way you can hook it up to the PC and there's another app that something uses.
I know
but
they
somebody
had.
who did
I
one.
know they like the TV thing that I had mentioned, but I don't know. If
Yeah, you
I think that was in
can-
Japan only.
Well,
I thought that was
no,
the
that
PSP.
was so from what a lot of what I've learned for like connections and stuff to like PlayStation TVs, from what Maelstrom told me, you can hook up a PS Vita and a PSP, but like there's like some sort of like you have to jump through like hoops to get a PSP hooked up. From what I remember, you have to like do a lot of jumps and hoops and underground burrowing and things. So I'm not 100% sure. So good luck with that if you want to try that.
So there's probably a YouTube tutorial somewhere. So.
Yeah. Knowing YouTube, there's a video for everything.
Also,
Almost.
to start another tangent on a game that, well, at least it's Gundam this time, but, well, sort of. There is Gundam in it. But, how's been the Super Robot Wars?
Is this a general question, or yes?
General question or what?
Well, I've seen you've been playing it too, so, like, how goes that now? Like, because I'm, like, wanting
Is
to
you,
jump back
me, or
in.
Maniac? I mean, because I can
Okay,
see
well,
either of us.
There's 4 of us there.
Yeah.
And Gustav, I was gonna say, everybody, go.
I mean, so SRW30 is very unique, and I think Emblem would agree with that. 30 is pretty unique. I found that it takes quite a few things from multiple games. And God, if I had to explain SRW30, God, would that be like 6 hours? In terms of what all was pulled from what. So what's really nice about 30 is that compared to like VX and T, it's a very like free roaming in terms of what missions you want to take on, grinding missions and all that. The leveling system is pretty much the same. They keep I still call it the newer skill system when they introduced that in V, which I'm almost certain that's what they're going to be doing in the next OG game, is just going to keep the new skill system. I can't see them going back to the classic stuff.
Yeah. I like the system too.
So
Maximum Break though, but anyway.
Oh,
Okay.
Maximum Break would be so much fun. Oh God, that'd be so broken.
Yeah, it'd be
Anyway.
great. You could shit on everything.
Anyway, so with the whole new skill system, basically you can throw any skill that you want on anybody. In like previous SRWs, that was like absolutely unheard of. Like you could throw like all the defense skills on somebody who would normally not have any defense skills at all, and you could just max them out.
Yeah.
You could do a whole bunch of like evasion skills and stuff like that, damage skills. In terms of like what you can do around, so instead of it being like scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3, scenario 4, split route and whatnot, it's here's this map, here's some missions all around here. We'll put stars on stuff that is story driven, and we'll just say recommended whenever it's recommended. So that's basically it. And then whatever the grinding missions are, they'll kind of say like they're, what is it, like mission fronts or something like that?
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
Yeah, so like they're repeated like missions that you can play, that you can grind out like a whole bunch of characters for levels and stuff like that, and a whole bunch of money grinding too. That's fun. I've actually figured out how to do a lot of money grinding in that game, and it's ridiculous. I've made so much money that I pretty much maxed out almost my entire roster of characters before I hit the last stage.
Nice.
Like that was probably like 12 stages away from the last stage. So I did a lot more money grinding than I should have. It was funny because I was talking to Nay about that. I'm like, so did I put too much grinding into that? And he's like, dude, you over-leveled yourself so much. And I'm like, no, I wanted to make sure that I won the game. So
Well, I was gonna say, because in the early times when you were doing a super high difficulty, like it was kind of necessary. So after a while, you just kind of gets embedded in your head that you should just over-prepare anyway.
Right, and I was running on max difficulty at the time before they threw in like super expert or whatever, whatever the maximum was, because I was thinking like, okay, I've been playing Super Robot Wars since what, I was in elementary school, so about 7, 8, maybe 10 years old. So like, I'm like, I should probably play it on the hardest difficulty and see what happens.
Oh,
you know. And honestly, I have found 30, I wouldn't say extremely easy, but like compared to like Z3, in like last like stages of Z3, I found like it easier than that and easier than Alpha 3, which is very interesting because I remember playing all the way through Alpha 3 and like the last couple of stages were terrifying from my memory. And so I'm like, oh, alright, I guess I'm just gonna, like, basically do the big old Yoshi slap from Terminal Montage, just kind of, like, slide up and just smack the last boss like that, because that's just how over-leveled I was.
I need that slap as a sound effect. Oh my god.
Yes! Well, the funniest thing, even though people would probably, like, yell at me for this. So, you know how Fa is just, like, your healer? And nobody gives a damn about Fa? I'm like...
Whoa.
So, right. So, anyway, I was like, alright, I want to do an experiment. And so I was like, alright, Fa's a new type, right? Alright. And, Amuro got his new Gundam, right? Yes. So there's this mass production new Gundam, huh? Alright, so how upgraded is that? Oh, that's actually pretty decently upgraded since I had Amuro in there. Okay, hey Fa, can you come here for a minute? Like, throws Fa in there, guns her out, and I'm like, alright, I put a whole bunch of defense stats on there, you better not die. Yeah, she was like doing like over like 10,000 damage with the beam rifle at the end of the game. She was like nearly, she was nearly hitting like 90. It's like she was doing like main character damage by the end of the game. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, like new and Mass Pro new get kicked around after you get high new.
Yeah. And then I threw Char in the new Gundam because why not?
Yeah, because his suit's a weird support unit. It's like, okay.
It's like the full armor Shiki wasn't terrible. They actually did fairly good with it.
The animations are really cool.
Yeah. Okay, so another tangent here. Alright. So we'll go back on track here in just a second.
I swear.
All right.
It will be.
It actually is. It actually is about GBO2. So I don't know if Emblem kind of noticed this or not, but like within like after a couple of months after the full armor Shiki and a couple of Zeta MSV stuff popped up in GBO2. When SRW 30 preview dropped, and they started saying missing mobile suit variations and the full armor Shiki showed up, I'm like, I had to sit there and go, they had to have talked to each other.
I felt like it. Some of the variations they were revealing seemed strangely like suits that were in GBO2. Like,
right. And
Yeah.
I'm like, all of a sudden I'm like, is that the full armor Shiki? And then I'm like, oh my god, it's the full armor Shiki. And then like, they're like, oh, here's some mass production new Gundam, and then here's all this, and I'm like, holy crap. And I'm like, and it wasn't even that long ago that like the full armor Shiki was like considered new at the time, so I'm like, they had to have talked to each other.
We still need our MP new here, by the way.
I know, we
Right.
still need it. Well, I'm thinking MP new would probably be like 650.
Yeah.
But yeah, real quick, two other takes. If you want to do like sentence takes on both of these real quick, though, I do kind of want to hear your opinion. Gundam Evolution and SD Gundam Battle Alliance. Go.
Okay. Well, I never got Battle Alliance, so I'm missing out on that. In terms of Evolution, it's fun. It's good. Going from 3+ years on GBO2 and then just trying out like a first-person shooter with mechs. I'm like, I mean, it's cool. Yeah. I mean, that's really what it is. And it felt kind of weird because to me it just felt like, and somebody in my chat the one time when I was I only streamed Evolution like once. Somebody mentioned it's like, oh, it's just like Overwatch, but they threw like Gundam skins on it, and it's just people running around with like cosplaying like mobile suits, and I'm like, that's a fair examination of that because of how like really fast and like very oddly fluid they are for how they run around and stuff. Like for Sniper 2, like for just a quick example, just how it runs and jumps around feels very like human and not very mech, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't feel
like
as weighty.
It doesn't feel like there's any weight to it at all. It just feels like a person that's just
Come on,
wearing.
Zug.
Some of them do. Some of them actually have a little clonk, and you can kind of.
Is that different from like Imbon or Maxi Boost?
I feel like the only game that's slow is GBO2. Now, that being the most longest surviving game that we've had so far, I guess it kind of sets the standard, but everything else is pretty zippy. Most things tend to follow the trends of the show in terms of movement. All the way down to like most of the meme poses and stuff being just tropes at this point. So like flexibility, acrobatics and stuff, definitely not super uncommon. Now, compared to other hero shooters, it's definitely a lot zippier.
Yeah.
As well, but also hero shooters as a genre has been kind of dying for a little bit. There's a few outstanding examples, and then the rest don't typically last too long. And unfortunately, Evolution might also be down that road right now, just because of its own
Team player.
average. Yeah,
Like,
it's not looking too good. The fact that we also don't have the console release, and the fact that they're only just now talking about region unlocks down to like I think Australia and New Zealand being the last ones all the way out in season 3. They're just talking about season 2 now.
Oh no. Yeah, the other thing too, they're down to like I think two or 3 days ago. Someone in chat said that they were down to 1,700 peak concurrent. So that's pretty rough.
Yeah.
Well, and then I know Gustav mentioned this before in the past, but like the fact that Overwatch 2 dropped like what was that, like a couple of weeks to a month after Evolution dropped, or like somewhere the time frame was like really close to each other. And then once Overwatch 2 dropped, like everybody more or less flocked to that, and then everybody who stayed in Evolution just kind of went, well, okay, I guess that's just how it's going to be. So it kind of took a hit there.
Then you only get 2 suits for free, essentially. There's no way to actually unlock all the suits, so if it's going to be...
There's also just been no other announcements
Weird.
of suits.
Yeah, and then...
Yeah.
Which I'm assuming is going to be each season, and in which case we might not have the beginner event or an event with it, so you might only get 1 suit every time they come out with like possibly 3 different suits. So that's kind of rough. So it's like, you know, and then balancing comes into play. So you know, you like, if you got the melee right now, the melee had the best ult. Now it has a really good ult, but I don't know if I would still say it was the best ult anymore.
Right.
So it's like, I think maybe the Dom Trooper might have the best ult. But the point being, it's just like, you know, if you spend your points on that, I mean, I am raising my hand there. I still like the melee, but it's like, you can definitely feel the nerfs. They definitely hit that thing pretty hard. Now, is it underpowered now? I'm not exactly sure. But also, too, haven't been able to really find a rank game either. So, whoops.
Yeah, actually, like, what are your average times weight-wise for that now?
Too long. I think...
GVO too long or just
20,
too long?
Like 10 to 20 minutes waiting for it, and then being like, okay, let's swap to the JP client or JP server and see if we get some games there and play with like 400 ping and cry. But I still got a game at least.
Wait, so you're saying like 10 to 20 minutes for a match?
Yeah.
And
So old school GVO2
Yeah, I was
time.
about to
That's
say.
me giving up.
That's
on
your
getting
one
a match.
GBO.
Gosh.
Yeah, I like that's after I've 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and I've given up those 2 times, and that was the last 2 times I tried to stream it.
Wow.
But then, you know, I came back after I played on the JP server, and then was like, oh, yeah, we found a game. So it was about 5 minutes when you do find one. But the thing is, they were probably in a match both times I tried to queue, right? So, you know, and then maybe one person dipped, and I was already queued up, so then I took the first spot, and then everybody else kind of filled in. And that's the other problem. You literally see around wherever your elo is, like, whatever your rank is, you literally see the same, like, 8 out of 10 people every game. So,
Oh gosh.
yeah, so that can get a little monotonous, which, I mean, I've been experiencing that in Paragon, but I'll mention that briefly here later. But yeah, that's pretty much been my experience with Evo. So it might be dead game status pretty soon. I'm hoping, the only hope I think is the Season 2. If they come out with a Season 2, and they do some very consumer-friendly things of like, hey, here's a suit, and also competitive game-friendly things, being like, hey, here's the suits. Because if you can't compete because you don't have the best thing, then that's pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, but yeah, let's go ahead. Emblem. I know you already kind of talked a bit, but what have you had going on?
Oh, nothing too crazy. Yeah, lots of work. And honestly, I don't know. I'm still like trying to find a good balance with my new diet. Like yesterday, I had the worst fucking headache like all day. It was awful. I don't know if it's like I think they call it keto flu or whatever. I don't know if it's something like that, but I get that sometimes right now, and I can still kind of work, but I just don't want to interact with like real people during that time, because it's weird. Like you'll get plenty of sleep, but like your head will just be ripping apart, and I'm just like tired.
How much water
Like
are you
no reason.
Because you're doing low carb, right? Keto.
Yeah.
How much water are you drinking?
I think I'm getting plenty of water. Like I think they want me to drink like 8 cups or something like that at least each day. I usually go through like 3 liters most days.
Try one of these 2, because depending on, do you filter your water?
Yeah.
Okay, you need electrolytes too. Your body needs electrolytes to also then absorb the water. So if you filter it, it gets rid of a lot of anything that's in it, any kind of like, which I mean, normally they pump it full of chlorine if you're just doing tap anyway, so you still want to filter it. But also like anything like magnesium, sodium, stuff like that, you definitely want that so that your body absorbs it. If it doesn't have that, then yeah, that's typically where I see a lot of headaches come from, when especially if because I track my stuff, what I eat and drink a lot of times. So yeah, that's pick up Gatorade Zero, Powerade Zero, drink like 1 or 2 of these a day, and probably about half a gallon to a gallon of water with it.
Okay.
That's typically what I do when I go full low carb.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, I'm typically low carb anyway, but when I'm like, like say one
In
day,
there?
say one day I just like, I'm gonna have a salad with like no dressing and just have like bacon for breakfast, and
Mhm.
why not the rest of the bacon for dinner? If that's my meal for the entire day with some
Mhm.
vegetables that have no carbs, then yeah, I make sure I drink like a gallon of water at the same time.
Gotcha. Okay.
And also, if you drink caffeine, you definitely want to like add double the water kind of thing.
Oh,
Because
sure.
It
Okay.
dehydrates you, so
That
that
makes
can also cause some headaches. But I definitely know those pains.
Speaking of like caffeine and shit,
Mhm.
I'm probably in the long run, if I keep doing this for like the next couple of years or so, I wouldn't be surprised if like next year, if I start having kidney problems because of how much I'm working and how long I have to stay up half the time.
Ugh, don't push yourself.
Drink water. Make sure you go to the bathroom.
Keep that stress
Do
down.
anything.
But yeah. I mean, but outside of that, still been gaming. Like I was touching back on Super Robot Wars Original Generation 2, the PS2 version. And maybe that's why you brought up SRW earlier too, because it was something I played all through 1 and started 2 and just haven't really
My
got
god,
a
that
chance to touch
fight
back on it.
was
So
fucking
just messing around
painful.
with that. Although I need to play Sonic Frontiers. All these games come out, and
I've heard
I'm
it's
like,
on
Yeah,
like
Frontiers has been fun so far. Been
I didn't know it
enjoying
was on
that.
Steam. I'm like, it's
Yeah.
on Steam. Let's go. Yeah, I definitely need to get that because I love like I almost said Battle Alliance.
Allies is fun too.
Adventure 2 Battle. Just,
Oh my god.
There's no alliance, but just battle. Like I played that. I played the original on Dreamcast, Sonic Adventure, and Sonic Adventure 2, and then the Battle came out with the GameCube. Had to get it, dude. Oh, live and learn. But I heard there's like some crazy weird metal EDM metal thing. For
Oh,
fights.
boss fights scenes are really pretty wild. There's a lot of lyric heavy stuff for bigger scenes too so far. So like, it's
That's
been
not,
hype.
like too crazy, is it? I mean, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle had like Live and Learn.
Hmm.
What's
Well, like I heard it was like hard metal sometimes. Like
Yeah, it's been
doesn't
pretty good.
necessarily fit the fight sometimes, but it's crazy.
The
like-
supersonic fights are pretty fitting. As to what other stuff, because I'm only in the second like zone so far, so like maybe some of the other ones are a little bit weird, but so far it's been pretty good.
Also, if you upload any of that, let me know if there's any like DMCA stuff because apparently that's been possibly an issue with that game.
Part 1 hasn't gotten hit yet. As to whether or not the bots are just getting to it or not, or if maybe it's just later on in the game, we'll see.
Apparently that's some famous singer or something.
Because like triangle strategy didn't have any problems for a while, and then after a while some of the bots started crawling around those, and that's why a bunch of the OST for that game got taken down off of YouTube too. They did a big crackdown specifically for those. Square Enix is a little inconsistent. It might also just be the record depending on who the composer was though.
Yeah, because I know Sonic 06 got I think it was T-Pain, wasn't it, with Dreams Come True, just in like the remix of the Sonic 2 theme for that game.
Huh.
Yes. Let's go.
So maybe that was something like that. Gustav, can you play any of the other characters, or do you just play Sonic?
As far as I know, it's just Sonic right now.
That's
Now, whether or not we'll get DLC later on down the line, I don't know. But the premise of the story kind of keeps them from doing that. I don't want to say too much. It's not super deep, but like, yeah, just generally the way it's set up, you're just Sonic.
I think a lot of the problem. Tails is the best Sonic character. Don't at me, but I think a lot of problems with the more modern Sonic games is that they don't let you play as the other character.
Well, the funny thing is that the original problem with modern Sonic games was the opposite. They involved them too much and people didn't like it.
Really, I thought it was just camera
Yeah,
issues.
that was like one of the bigger parody things that people would make fun of. It's just like, oh, it's Sonic, and then this guy, and another OC, and I'm just, big wave. So like originally the complaints were that, and then they try to focus on him. And I think after a while they just kind of forgot how to fucking make Sonic work by himself, and that's why a lot of the newer titles were a struggle. I would also like to remind everybody that this is a Gundam podcast. I swear to God, I promise you.
Definitely not tangenting this time.
It's worse now because there's fucking 4 of us now, so...
Yeah.
Omega's gonna be in GBO 2. That's a robot.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ami with the
GBO 2 really does need more crossovers now at this point, though. Holy shit.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
Every good mobile or gotcha game.
Even Evolution, at the very least, gave us some sprays and stamps for Witch from Mercury. I know it's an AU, but like something, a billboard or something,
Gundam
some sort of photo op or whatever. Like fuck.
Yeah, get that dude on Maniac shirt into GBO 2.
Oh yeah, let's get Mass and Kaiser in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bro.
Oh my gosh, that thing would be a 100% a fucking raid.
My leg. Although I feel like I'm a raid main these days because the past like 3 times I've played, I've been playing like the Red Rider and the GOG just about every game. But you know, also because there's like everybody wanting to play the new thing. But we'll talk about that here in a sec. But
Also,
but
the
yeah.
raid would be Maz and Emperor G. Just saying.
I know I said this earlier, but Emblem Ami with the tells or fails comment. There you go.
Wait, what?
Tells or fails, like tells or the game fails.
Oh yeah, like I personally like a lot of the older ones, like Sonic Heroes and stuff like that, where you play as all the different characters. I just hate the way they portray him in a story now. Like Tails is badass as shit, but like in the more recent games, they like make him out to be some kind of like codependent, total bitch, and it's so unfortunate, man. Like I think Sonic 3 portrayed the characters, Sonic 3 and Knuckles I should say, portrayed the characters the best. Like if Sonic died or went missing, Tails would just beat ass. Like there wouldn't be any fucking crying. He would just beat the shit out of Dr. Robotnik. That's exactly what would happen. He would invent some shit and beat the fuck out of Dr. Robotnik.
I mean,
it wouldn't even be
yeah,
a question.
Like if I want to recall, like wasn't Tails pretty just like heartless with some of his stuff, like in some of those?
I mean, I couldn't say for some of the old stuff. I don't.
The old stuff pretty much portrayed him as a baby. Like he was legit. They played really hard on him just being a kid.
Where do maybe I'm just remembering.
I don't know. That sounds like some Archie comic stuff.
Yeah. You're talking about some IDW shit right there.
I was about to say that sounds like the old like Sonic cartoons. Holy crap.
Now you're not wrong there. Shit gets crazy as far as I'm concerned. There's like alternate universe tales and who knows.
Mega Man crossovers and all of their manners of fuckery, so
who fucking knows?
But yeah, also with another comment, yeah, Gustav with the Gundam, and then me with the Bud Sonic.
Please.
But
I
yeah,
beg.
Gustav, what have you been up to? What have you been
I've been playing
Tell us
this
a bit
really
about
awesome game, playing Gundam Battle Operation 2. I'm sure you've heard of it at this point, right? If you haven't, it's a free-to-play PlayStation game, 6v6 maximum team game. I may or may not be playing it right now, even.
Oh, it's already out.
Wow, it's been out for 4 years, just celebrated its anniversary. Oh, goody.
I can't wait for its questionable PC release.
Oh, God. Literally, like, even now. And the second I ever get rated, or every once in a while, if someone notices I'm on, they're like, any news about the PC release? We gotta get that. What console you playing on, bro? You playing on PC right now? No. No.
They postponed the PC release so they could work on the Game Gear version.
No, like...
Your version, yes.
Gross.
Yeah, I'm just glad they stopped working on the Engage port.
Oh, I was trying to think of what the fucking console for the phone was, damn it. Oh, God.
No.
You're gonna put on calculators next, and it's just gonna be Doom levels of ports.
If I can't play GBO 2 on my fridge, what's even the point?
Samsung fridge. Oh my gosh. It's like, yeah. So you're playing GBO 2 on your PC finally, huh? Well, look at my Sony whatever fridge. This is with the compatible touchscreen. Hell,
Get it out
even
my
has
whirlpool,
USB.
bro.
It has USB ports for a PS5 controller. Like,
Okay, real talk though. Real talk. I can't remember which one kind of showed up first, but I remember the Ruse trailer, where it was like two people sit down at a table and start doing like a touch table like version of the game kind of thing, which was definitely not the game at all or how it was made. But the thing is, like around that time, the amount of touch tables that were just like a friend of mine, like at his house because he had everything because rich person problems. But
Problems
yeah,
is a generous term.
he had the touch table, of course, and was like, yeah, I could play RTS games by using my hands on this touch table and
Yeah.
reduce my APM by like 5 million. So yeah, I'm gonna wreck you. And I'm like,
Okay.
hey.
sure.
Give me that extra arm action, bro. You better be working out.
But
Yeah,
it
the worst part
was
is you have
cool.
to
It
be
was
a
really cool.
icon presser. No hotkeys on the tablet table. You have to click the buttons for the Marines.
Gotta play
I was about-
sequences.
We used the like for back in high school. We used the like they started getting those like smart teaching boards or whatever.
Oh, smart boards. Yeah.
We had the projector,
Oh.
and you just touch where the projector is, and that was the screen. So we were
Mm-hmm.
I like hooked up a thing and had we were like playing like Age of Empires on the touch projector, and so that was a lot of fun. I remember doing that. So it was definitely fun. Effective? No, not at all. But fun, yes. But the yeah. Anyway, but as far as my stuff, pretty much been playing GBO 2, trying to keep up with that. Went hard in No Man's Sky. Can't wait to go hard in it again. It's actually a game now. It's actually 6 years later. It's a whole lot better. Am I still mad? Yes, because my piece on this is that we shouldn't be praising them. They still messed up. Like, it's a good thing what it is right now, but they still messed up. Never forget. I'm just saying.
Took them 6 years to get it up and running,
I mean,
more or less.
I think it was like 5 or something was the last update. I can't remember when the last update was, but yeah. But right now it's a pretty solid, okay game. Honestly though, if this is what they came out with, I still think people would be mad because of how the expectations were out into like the Andromeda galaxy from where we're at. So yeah, like expectation was so far it was unrealistic no matter what they came out with. But still,
Yeah.
it's kind of like
do.
it's kind of like if Cyberpunk actually came out with a proper game, like it still would probably have people complaining about something.
Yeah.
But and then they also No Man's Sky it. But anyway,
Yeah.
other than that, Paragon is back, sort of. They bought the rights to the name of it, so Overprime did. So Paragon is back, and I've been addicted because I'm a MOBA addict. I have a
You can
problem,
play it, yeah.
and I've done like 3 or 4 14-hour-ish streams.
Whew.
So, oops. But yeah. And then other than that, GBO2 thing's been trying to keep up with the dailies because I need to get back to 195 tokens because Tinfoil Hat, 4-star I bet coming out at the end of this month.
Oh, yeah.
And hopefully it's finally a support because I really don't
Nope.
see them putting a support
If
out.
it is a support, it's gonna be bad.
Yep.
Yep.
Dude,
Sounds
it's
right.
got to be, hey, they got the Stein in. We have the things that, the back things,
Mhm.
they actually detach.
Mhm.
The full armor unicorn, it has 2 fuel tanks that are nukes. That
You know they're not gonna put a fucking do
full
anything
armor
like that on
unicorn.
a support.
Come on. It just
No,
turns
it's gonna be
just
the
turns into
support's
the-
gonna be Beneji's Jigen or whatever
I
the hell
agree.
he had.
I
That had to
agree.
like change its arm out every time it shot its gun.
Oh, that was
yeah.
that was the silver bullet suppressor.
Okay, I was gonna say
Yeah.
silver bullet, but I couldn't remember.
Yeah, it was
that
a silver bullet suppressor.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be a silver bullet, and
you're
you
gonna-
fire it once, and then you
and
have
you
to change your arm out.
deactivate the suit for 3 years, and the rage just
Yep.
looks at you.
Yep. Yep.
Normal support play.
I'm still hoping for the mass production new. Like
Yeah.
well, and then an idea that I had, and I've probably mentioned this like multiple times, but so for like the mass production new Gundam, seeing how it technically has 2 equipment types, I'm having a feeling that they're going to do general support. And what they would end up doing is making the incom type a general and making the fin funnel type a support. Which means that would be the first support type to have fin funnels.
It's gonna be a raid.
I hate
It's not
you.
gonna be a support. It's gonna be a raid.
I hate you.
See,
But
this is
no,
what I
and
want-
then like the thing is
fire.
that the incon type technically has double Zeta beam sabers, plus having a
Which
normal
is
beam
exactly
saber.
why it would be a raid.
Yeah,
The incon type.
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah.
But real quick too, the other thing before we actually get into more of the past stuff. So one thing I wanted to mention here, and pretty much for Downtime in the Hangar. After this, we'll probably still have something with Downtime in the Hangar. We'll figure that out or whatever. But I'm also going to announce at some point, sometime, cough cough, or at least here's an announcement for it. You know, if it happens 2 years down the line. But I'm also going to do a version of Downtime, which is just going to be something that's about literally anything.
Oh god, don't do that. It's gonna be Downtime in the tangent.
Yeah, that's
Pretty
literally-
much.
That's pretty much it. Only it's just going to be called Downtime.
We're just gonna call it tangents in the hangar.
That's gonna last 6 hours a day.
Other than that, yeah, so it might just be me doing random stuff or random guests or whatever, but that's going to be a thing at some point somewhere down the line. And then Downtime in the whatever is going to be like the more dedicated topic. So Downtime in the Hangar will still be probably GBO2 related or something like that. But yeah, just wanted to kind of mention that right now, and we'll probably have another episode at the end of the month at least, and then possibly hiatus things. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah.
The first guest on Downtime is going to be Joe Rogan, so make sure you
Yep.
God
Yep.
Christ.
Yep.
Oh,
Al-
no.
Already in the talks.
Oh, no.
Already in the talks.
Ah,
That's why it's going to take a while to get set up. Just we promise. Just be excited for it.
Yeah.
please
Probably.
understand.
It's not like we shoved like $2 million in front of his face or anything.
But yeah, there's that. So anyway, the past GBO2 things and stuff, and very specific topic list that we have.
Yes.
I figured we'd literally go back to start this off to kind of the beginning where we started at, and also the question, might as well answer this at the same time: what got us into Gundam and what got us into GBO2? So who wants to go first?
I don't mind leading in.
I was about to say, yeah.
Pretty easy. I'm a '90s kid, so for me it was stuff on Toonami. I watched my fair
Oh,
G Gundam.
is he breaking up for you guys?
No, he's back.
Yeah.
You hear me? Hello.
Yeah.
Alright, your voice is going. Your camera's
There we go.
fast forwarding.
We caught. Yep. There we go.
Okay, maybe we had some connection issues. For me, it's just like most '90s kids. Gundam Wing and G Gundam, kind of like the big starters for me. I remember seeing a few episodes of OG Gundam. Like, there was like a brief period of time where Toonami did like Mecha Week or whatever, or month or something, where they showed like a bunch of robot anime. They got exposed to the garbage fire that's Eva.
Oh Christ, yeah. The Eva dub too to boot.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So there was that, but mainly just G Gundam and Gundam Wing, especially G Gundam. G Gundam's fucking fire. Gundam Wing's cool too, of course. Zeta Gundam's better, but yeah, that's not fair to compare like greatness to fucking Gundam Wing. So what you gonna do? But yeah, sorry, Wing fans. I was one of you
Slight
until I
offense.
watched a good Gundam show, and I was
Yeah,
like,
okay.
okay.
I have also watched a very good Gundam show with like Eighth in his team, or the best, but still like my Wing. Okay, man.
Yeah.
I feel attacked here.
Nah, Wing's good. It's just you learn you get your training wheels with Wing, and then you go watch real Gundam, adult Gundam stuff.
I mean, my turn to attack. It could be double O. Discount Wing.
Double O is pretty
Yeah.
bad, so I don't
Damn.
disagree with you there.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, that I think like I had a we talked about this before, but I had like the little old Gundam action figure set that was like not a model kit, but like
Oh, the MS in action stuff?
Yeah.
maybe that's what it was called. But it had
Yeah,
like everything,
let's
like,
go.
the beam javelin, like the hyper bazooka. It had the full kit. And I used to play around with that all the time. That was pretty
Let's
cool.
go. Heavy weapons new. Let's go.
I got some of the what was it, Stardust Memory stuff.
Only I've got the original Gundam in there, and it had the G-Bull and everything in that pack. Is that the one?
Oh
you're
my
talking about?
god.
I don't
Oh
think I
my-
don't remember it having the G-Bull, but you know, I may not have known what the G-Bull was. I never messed with it. I could have been like, "What the fuck is a stupid tank?" and just like threw it away. Who knows? But I don't remember that particular part. But I will say though, my first model kit was Gundam Maxter.
Nice.
Yeah, my dad got me that for like, I think it was for like Christmas one year. So that was pretty cool. Because, you know, we got to get the America Gundam so we can boxer people. But yeah, so just kind of did that. Checked out mecha stuff in general. And as far as like playing GBO 1, at the time I was just really into getting on my Japanese PlayStation account. And I would like check the store every week and just see what's out. And Battle Operation was there. This is like around the time the game first dropped. I was like, oh, what's this? And I downloaded it and played for like probably a few months. And I had the problem that probably most Western people did when they booted the game up. Is like you get into a match and you have like whatever suit you start on, like Zaku or whatever, or GN, depending on which faction you were on at the time. And you would hit the go button and you couldn't start a match. You're like, but I've got a suit. What's going on? And you don't realize you're like off cost or something like that. Had that happen way too much.
Uh,
I think he's talking to chat.
yeah.
Right there I was, yeah. But yeah, and then after that, like just later down the line, I saw that GBO2 had its beta test. And I was like, oh, GBO2. Like I played GBO1. I need to definitely check it out. And you know, the game released and I was playing it the first week and then we're here in the present.
Sit down.
Yep.
Never mind. Okay, you
What
actually.
happened?
I was like, so what? And no, never mind. He said the thing. Never mind. I derped. That's all.
So I actually missed out on Battle Operation. I knew about it, but during that era, I was actually on 360. Didn't really get a PS3, and it wasn't until a while after that I found out about GBO2 through the usual YouTube channels, stuff like that. Also, a lot of JP stuff that was coming out at the time, and eventually ended up biting the bullet, making a JP account, and just getting in there. It's probably one of the few exceptions that I've made to like actually getting something that wasn't just on the US end yet. But it's interesting because the progression, it felt like it was a while just because honestly I was playing like every day. But the progression from like where it was to getting the English patch and then eventually actually doing the release wasn't actually that long. So it was pretty interesting. I've always had a lot of Gundam from like Wing onwards, other mecha stuff that was put on different channels. So just kind of, oh my god, I'm on a side note, I'm in a match and I know somebody in here, but they're trying to do Space Gun Tank. At level 4.
So, Gustav, just real quick, since you were 360, or what was your favorite 360 RPG, and why was it Tales of Vesperia?
I don't know, because I didn't have that.
Damn. Okay, Eternal Sonata. Why? What made you like that game so much?
I mean, what about Blue Dragon, bro?
Oh, yeah. Dragon's cool.
Yeah, there we go.
Unfortunately, during that time, I was pretty much just chasing different shooters and stuff like that.
Okay.
And to be honest, I still kind of considered my PlayStation to just be like the RPG machine. So,
Fair.
and there's a
Say
lot of
Login
stuff.
machine.
Yeah, I was gonna say the big regret came from a lot of the stuff on PS3 essentially making it the Weep Station. And I was like, I have made a mistake. Like once I started getting more into that, I was like, I need one of these instead. And then so when the next generation came, the PS4 was pretty much just a no-brainer, and definitely paid off. So I'd like to go back. It's a little unfortunate that a lot of the PS Now stuff for PS3 is still mostly just like streamed as opposed to download, but you know, the library is growing, so we'll see how that goes. I'm not really holding my breath for too many PC ports outside of, you know, the usual Yoho shit, but we'll just have to see how that goes. I really like looking from the past into the future. I do hope that we get some other Gundam announcements
Yeah.
Right.
going forward, especially because we're like, this is a really weird time where like the IPs are a little bit more active than the actual game stuff because everything right now is winding down. We don't really know if Battle Alliance is really going to get any more DLC. SRW just got a patch, but it was pretty minor. It's mostly just stability and then whatever the report card thing is. And then Evolution, you know, as we were talking about, pretty much on the decline already. They're talking about a couple more seasons, but I don't know how long that's going to last. And then GBO2 is still going strong, but because it's a 4-year-old game, it's not really getting pressed outside of here, so...
Yeah.
It doesn't have its own esports page, inexplicably, unlike Evolution, which is already pretty much dead in the water. So you know that's a grand idea. They're trying to drum up. They did a post for season 2, I think earlier today, but even that's kind of like So we'll see how that goes. I don't know if I really yearn for the old Gundam releases from back in the day. A lot of that time for me was just renting stuff. One that I did miss that I did wish that I got was Gundam vs. Zeta Gundam. But back then I didn't really have much knowledge about Zeta Gundam outside of like what I'd seen in a guidebook back in the day. So I was like, that looks cool. I don't know what the hell that is, and there's still no real way to watch it outside of some of the more recent Gundam info like drops. Which thank goodness. But I wonder what that would even be if they actually went back and tried to do like another dub. Like take a crack at that. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, that's
Gosh,
pretty
that would be
swish.
weird. You know, I'm
Double
honestly,
Zeta is a whole different beast in that
I was about to
regard.
say, I was about to say, like, I honestly wonder.
Swish.
I honestly wonder what it would have been like if they actually managed to get Double Zeta dubbed back then. Like, I wonder how like the dub would hold up, like to today's standards, if it was actually dubbed back then.
Tsunami's dead again, right?
Kinda, not really.
Wait, didn't they just have like they've got like Made in Abyss and some other stuff going on it right now, right? Technically,
I think so.
Is it still, or
I
is it
think-
just under Adult Swim? I know Adult Swim.
I thought they resuscitated Tom.
Yeah, I thought
They did for a little bit, but then I was hearing stuff about it like kind of declining again, and I was like, is it gone already, or is it just like in a dry spell, like show-wise?
When my mom was stopping by, she was just watching random TV and just on like HGTV or some random channel. I don't know what channel it was, but like just some random channel. There was like Toonami and this anime is something. I'm like, wait, what?
Ooh, cool.
Like, there's a commercial for this on
Let's
like
go.
this random channel.
Tsunami presents.
Adult Swim. Yeah, I was like, okay.
And nowadays it always feels like it's just streaming platform wars, so I hardly ever considered it after they did the initial revival.
Yeah.
But that's cool. Hopefully they keep chugging on then. Because like Witch of Mercury, I feel like people are just kind of vibing with the episodic releases. I don't know if there's ever going to be a time maybe after the first season or whatever wraps up that they'll actually try to talk about like distribution and stuff.
Well, they're still only doing.
Yeah, like we're still in
Subs at the
TV mode
moment,
right
right?
now. Yeah, because
They're-
it's still being aired.
Yeah.
Oh, did they actually go through the dubbing already?
No.
No,
I heard they
okay.
dubbed the main song, but I don't know if they've done anything else besides that.
Said we just had a recap episode this past week.
Yeah, no Soletta Sunday feels bad.
Yep. Big way.
Sunday, get your Soletta.
But like right now, I don't know if there's gonna be a real platform for like Gundam crossovers for them outside of stamps and art. like they did for Evolution, so like that's gonna be interesting.
Mm-hmm. They'll put the suit in the lobby on GBO too. Just
Yeah.
look.
They
no
probably
touchy.
should have.
I agree. This area
But,
lot.
Alright.
Yeah. Maniac,
Yee.
your turn. Where did you get your start into the Gundam?
So, gosh. So let's see here. In terms of getting into Gundam, well, I have a brother who's well in his 30s, and so I more or less he kind of grew up with the Toonami era, and kind of through that he bought the original whenever he could. He would find like the original Bandai releases of like the Gundam shows, so 8th MS Team, G Gundam, Wing. He found at the time the movie collection for 0079, so which contained Char's Counterattack and Miller's Report. I don't remember if he ended up getting all of the DVDs of 8th MS Team or if he was missing one. I'm trying to remember if he got them all or not. But I do remember there was a few. He didn't get everything, but I do specifically remember him getting Collection 1 of 0083, both collections of Wing. He ended up, like I said before, the movie trilogy and collection for the original Gundam series. Most of Zeta, I think we were missing one disc. I think we were missing one DVD of all of Zeta. But yeah, he more or less had most of it, if not all of it. Except for... we were missing a few DVD releases of G Gundam. Just a few, I think maybe 3 discs. So, yeah. Other than that, we had most of it, and then he bought like a crap ton of MS in Action, which was fun to play with as a kid. So yeah, that's kind of like how I got into Gundam.
No, what's a DVD? I only.
What's a DVD? No.
I'm streaming direct download nowadays. What's a DVD?
I don't know. I think I'm old enough to know what a VHS is. I think.
I got Gundam.
Says the man that's
Gundam
still in his
Wing.
20s. Christ.
I got Gundam Wing on that VHS over there.
Yeah, I'm still in my 20s. Like, I'm the youngest here. Oh man.
Record button on the VCR.
Hangar.
Gosh, I remember those VCR DVD combos. Like we've always had those. I don't know why, but the VHS piece would always fucking break. I don't know why, and I don't know how it would always break, but it was always the DVD side that would always work. Like the VHS side, like I don't know, like after a month or so, it just like die. And I'm like, but we spent like $70-$80 on this thing. Like, why? Like back when they were new, it's like, gosh, it sucked. And then I got a PS2 from a buddy of mine, which was in terrible condition because he did not take care of his game systems very well. But that was my DVD player for a while.
Yeah. Someone double up as multimedia.
Yeah.
I remember when the PS3 was the cheapest Blu-ray player on the market.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep.
You'd get shot in the parking lot if you tried to buy one of those.
Yep.
Damn right.
So in terms of getting into GBO2, honestly, it was through a buddy of mine that mentioned the first game that I know through Discord, and then I guess
Was this
out on
Rob or is this someone else?
No, actually, no. This was before I met Rob. Like this
Okay.
was way before I met Rob. So a buddy of mine mentioned Battle Operation, and then I thought to myself, that name kind of sounds familiar. because I remember as a kid, you know, in the early days of YouTube being the Wild West, you could pretty much find whatever the hell you can find, right? And I specifically remember, and I didn't realize this was Battle Operation, but there was a Gundam game that had you able to walk around on foot and also get into mobile suits. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I want these games. What do you mean I can have, like, I want to run around on foot and fire off a bazooka and run to my Gundam? Like, come on now. Like, so, like, I found it. I don't know how the hell I even found it. But, like, I found the video, and then, like, years later, it just kind of disappeared in the ether, like, of my head. Like, it just left, and I just didn't ever remember it, like, years later. And then, like I said, a buddy of mine mentioned GBO2, and I'm like, oh, okay. So then, this was, like, during the early days of me, like, actually starting to get into Twitch. And so I was kind of, like, roaming around. I'm like, oh, okay, so let me see if there's anybody on, you know, YouTube that would do GBO2 or whatever. So I found Ron. So I watched his videos for a long time. And then on Twitch side, funny enough, the very first person that I found playing GBO2 when it was like nearly brand spanking new was this man over here, Emblem.
Oh, my engine pointed at Magnum. I was like, yeah, Magnum.
Oh, no. Emblem.
Me? Oh.
Anyway.
Oh.
Yeah, funny thing. Yeah, because you were the first streamer that I found playing GBO2. Funny enough. Like, I don't even... I tell you the truth, it was like... I think it was it like... Maybe like a week? Maybe 2 weeks into the game when it was brand new or something like that you were streaming it or whatever?
I was playing pretty early, so...
Yeah, and then I was like, oh my gosh, this game looks so cool. And then you're like, yeah, it's JP side only. And I'm like, funny enough, I have a JP account that I originally got for SRW stuff. It's like, finally, I can use it for other things than that.
Right.
So I was like, all right, cool. GBO2 time. Hell yeah. And then, like, I was playing it, and I'm like, I don't understand this, but I'm gonna try and play this game. And then it was like, gosh. And this was, like, way before I even did much of streaming, too. So, like, I very, very once in a while, I'd be streaming for a while, and it was, like, only, like, maybe a 2-hour stream, maybe. Compared to my 6-hour stream sometimes now. And then, I guess Maelstrom said, like, he watched In the Shadows for a long time. And then, like, gosh, was it, like, I want to say maybe 4 or 5 months in of playing the game, Maelstrom invited me into his group. So, I was like, oh, okay, cool. And, you know, met Rob and all the other guys. So, it was fun. And then kind of went off that way and whatever, and you know, I'm here. It's just like, I guess I'm here. Like
several years later.
Like, gosh, how long have I been streaming for? Like 4 years? Has it been 4 years?
Well, if he started before on and off, then even longer, yeah.
Yeah, because 2 seconds here. I will tell you when I started.
Oh lord.
All right. Achievements. Gonna scroll all the way down.
Blech.
Way back in 2018. So yeah, May 1st, 2018. So literally like a week or so before my birthday.
Nice.
So yeah, that's how long I've been streaming. In terms of GBO2, I guess, like, you know, whenever, like within like a month after it started, so I guess like the early days of GBO2, yeah.
Did you talk about that? I looked at my sub badge. It's like 5.5 years old, and I was streaming probably like another year and a half before that. So I've been streaming for like 7. I was like, geez, I've been making Twitch content too long, man.
Crazy how time flies, though. It's
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
it was last week, right? No, it was last year. Okay.
No, it's been 7 years. Like, no, it hasn't. Like, yeah, it has. Like, oh, holy crap.
Like, oh. It's like, I remember when I remember when the E3 Custom and Blue Destiny Unit 1 was brand new. What do you mean that was like almost
Good old
4 years
Thunderbolt
ago?
suits.
Let's go.
But yeah.
I remember when exam system was such a big deal.
Oh my goodness, for real though, right? And then the big nerf to it.
And then, what was it, like
Power
E3 Custom meta? Yeah.
Yep, yeah, to contain massive threats like the Gunner Gundam.
Oh god. High output and piercing, bro. My god.
Support's too strong
It got nerfed into the ground for no reason.
and unchanged for some
yeah.
reason.
But yeah, for my start, I have to bring up the VHS thing now because yeah. But yeah, back in the day, as a kid, I learned that I could hit the record button on cartoons and record like Looney Tunes and stuff. So yeah, that was fun. So yeah, I have stuff like Char's Counterattack and things on VHS, like some of the original Gundam and like yeah, a lot of most of Gundam Wing on VHS. So
The label says Space Jam, but I promise it's 8th MS Team, okay?
What's that, Reading Rainbow? Nah, man, that's 8th MS Team.
but yeah, so as far as my start with mech in general, like, you know, giant robots, everybody digs giant robots, just saying. But yeah, for real though, the Toonami start, of course, Gundam Wing, you know, that's why it's near and dear to me, you know, no matter how awkward the phrase like monologue is with the hero and how weird or awkward that is. But like there's that, then G Gundam, of course, all that stuff, all the typical like round Gundam Wing start that pretty much everybody had. So as far as that goes, that's where it started. I did start on mech before then with like Robotech and stuff, you know, or even if you want to go back before then, there was this little video store that also had games that I could rent for the Nintendo, the Super Nintendo, the Sega Genesis, you know, before Blockbuster came about and killed that.
Gosh, Blockbuster.
Yeah, that's something that a lot of
Only to
people,
get
they don't even
destroyed
know
themselves.
existed.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point, Magnum, because I will say I used to play not the 2D fighter game, but we used to rent the like Power Rangers side scroll Shump beat 'em up.
Yeah,
It was like based on the movie, and I loved the missions where you would do the missions into Megazords and stuff. So I could feel you there.
I did those, and then like had the VHS tapes, would rent those that had like Voltron and stuff like that from back in the day, and then like just all that stuff. So that's where I got my start into just giant robots for the most part. And nobody believed me that Robotech ever actually existed on Toonami at any point. They were like, "You mean Gundam, right?" And I'm like,
No, Robotech.
I like Gundam, but even at one point, I forgot the name of it because it just was like.
Well, like it was also just like an amalgamation of like a bunch of different things too. So.
Or
Yeah. So,
All right,
Robotech
before we
is
tangent, no, shut up. Before we tangent too hard.
Harmony Gold will find us if we
Yeah,
talk
yeah,
about
yeah.
this.
Sorry. We can't talk about it
that's
too
right.
much.
Keep it to Gundam because I knew you were gonna start.
Yeah, there we go. Good call. Gustav OP. But yeah, so pretty much GBO2 though. So back on the Xbox 360, which I assume is what Maniac was talking about, there was a game that was announced that was coming to the West. Finally,
Oh.
I didn't have to have a PlayStation to play Gundam because
Wasn't that
always...
Troy.
Yeah,
Troy,
Operation
yes. And
Troy.
that's what I
Yeah.
thought you were talking about for the game, because that was the first one that I saw that you could get out and walk around and then get in and fight.
Huh.
And
Okay.
and I heard that was coming out for the 360, and I was super hyped. And then they were like, "Yeah, never mind. We're only going to do a JP release." And
Operation Troy
purchased
gameplay is
that.
hilarious, by the way. Go look it up on YouTube.
Oh yeah, it really is. But at the time though, I was like super hyped. I was like, "Oh my goodness, this is like Chrome Hounds, but you actually can do stuff as the pilot." Not really, but kinda. But yeah. It was speaking of Chrome Hounds real quick. The pilot thing, if you died, you then got to walk around as a pilot and do absolutely nothing. and your bullet did negative damage to the enemy, you like healed an enemy from your machine gun. Like so you
Oh,
just
it's the
literally,
GBO2.
yeah. So you literally just walked around and stood there, and all you had was a machine gun. You couldn't literally do anything. You would sometimes get run over by somebody, and I think respawn as a pilot again, or just be dead eternally at that. But anyway, so Troy was the first thing that I heard of any kind of battle operation. Then fast forward, of course, by borrowing friends like consoles and stuff, I would get to play other games like Gundam vs. Zeta, Encounters in Space, and stuff like that.
Also, whoa, Magnum. Operation Troy doesn't get included because it was not involved in the anniversary video that they did.
Yeah. It's technically not Operation.
Oof.
Yeah, come on, bro.
But
Separate game.
Actually.
well, actually. But yeah, then fast forward though till like around the Christmas when they pretty much right after they did the English translation for GBO2, a friend of mine, I believe, found it through I think some of Rob's videos and I think Beyond's videos, a couple of them, and then I'm pretty sure those were the videos he was showing me. But either way, he found that it had the English translation, and I was like, "There's an English translation? We probably got something. It's for us." And he's like, "Well, not exactly, but it's got translated because Southeast Asia and stuff. They got the translation." I'm like,
Yeah.
"Let's go."
Good enough for me.
Yep.
Let's go. And then it's also free, so I went ahead and got the JP account because I was like, I want my main account to be the thing, though. I don't want to have to collect stuff and then have to recollect stuff if they ever do like any kind of NA thing. So I'm gonna figure this out. So then I went and found out if you do your primary PlayStation, which is what happens if anybody ever hacks your account, they'll take your account and put it as their primary PlayStation. And then that way they can play any of the games associated with your account. But anyway, that's something I found out the hard way, actually.
Oof.
Oh, yikes.
But other than that, so pretty much what happened was I put my JP account as the primary, and then I could play my NA account. So everything was great. So I started just on my NA account, just playing the entire time. And it started, I think, on the Pell Rider Heavy, I guess. Did it even have a tag back then? I think it was just the Pell Rider at the time.
I think
It was
heavy arm.
it was tagless. Yes, it did.
Okay.
It did.
But yeah, I think that
Yeah.
was the actual banner when I first opened the game, and I don't know if I exactly played that week, but then I can't remember what was after that. I think that was the Goof Custom. No, wait. Not a Goof Custom. The Afreet. Oh no, Afreet Noct. I think was the first week.
What's the
Something
week
around
one
there.
banner? Was it Grandpa Gundam?
So week one. So from what I remember, week one was they had 4 suits.
Shit, was it G3?
It was 4 suits. It was Grandpa, early production, G3, and
Probably the gun tank or something, or the gun
Something like
cannon
that.
or something. I can't remember. I'd have to look.
But yeah, I got started in late December to early January, or even mid-January when I actually started playing, or something like that. So it was somewhere between the Afreet Noct, I think, was before the Pell Rider, or it might have been the Pell Rider, then the Afreet Noct, then there was a dual banner, which was the Afreet DS and something else, right? Was that the two that was the dual?
Was the DS a dual banner?
I think
I
Maniac's
know.
good. Maniac, are you?
BD1 and 2.
I think you're muted. Something broke.
Hmm?
Okay, that explains why he kind of cut out. Nope.
He was there for a second.
There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
Nah, I don't know why, but sometimes it'll disconnect. I don't know why. Anyway,
But yeah, which one was the dual banner? I know you
So-
knew this when we talked here the other day.
so
Was it DS or was it the Goof Custom? And
oh,
something
for
else?
fuck's
Goof
sake, hold
Custom
on.
is linked up with the
Goof,
ETA.
Goof, yeah. So
Yeah,
Goof.
I
Here,
joined after that. I know that much.
so it was Goof Custom and EZ8, and then Efreet DS and Pixie.
Oh wait.
Oh.
Because
I could,
No,
yeah,
because it followed the Missing Link story, or
Wait, I
not
thought it was
Missing
something
Link,
else.
Cross Dimension 0079, which was a Super Nintendo game.
was
So it was here. I got it right here. So the first dual banner was the Thunderbolt units.
Mm.
The second dual banner was Easy 8 and Gov Custom. The third one was the Blue Destiny stuff.
Oh, that's Blue Destiny. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And then Zommel... Gian was by itself, Zommel was by itself. So Zommel was actually a banner. So Zommel was not part of the original crew.
Oh yeah,
All right.
You people roll
Um,
on purpose.
Oh,
So
God.
Oh man.
Ifrit and Pixie... Ifrit and Pixie were together.
Hmm.
Prototype Gundam was by itself. Hygog was by itself. Sagaki was by itself. Gelgoog Cannon was by itself. High Mobility Gelgoog was by itself. Trying to remember.
It was Slave Wraith and DS was the Ifrit DS and the Slave Wraith were the
Yes. Yes. Slave
Yeah,
Wraith and
regular one
Ifrit
was
DS
with the,
were with each other, and then White Dingo and Vishtanahue were together.
that was the week before, and then before that was the Nock
Nock.
and then Pell Rider. So
Pale Rider, yeah.
Pell Rider was when I first installed the game. Nocked, I think, was the week that I first played, because I just remember, like, either me or a friend of mine was like, what in the world is this Shadow the Hedgehog looking suit here? And then the Ifrit
true
DS
edge.
came out, and we were like, okay, what is with all these suddenly Shadow the Hedgehog suits? What is this? The Ifrits, the edge of, like, even more
The edge
edgier than
lords.
the goof suits.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Dude,
No, I-
one of Free DS was fucking awesome. It was slaying
It was.
everybody. Oh, so
It
good.
was terrifying.
Not just week one, it was like that whole half a year till they finally nerfed it or whatever. However long
Yeah.
it took. That thing was absolutely disgusting. And then they recently buffed it too, and I'm just like, looking at the stats on how well the buffs did, I'm like absolutely terrified now. Funny thing is, it seems to die almost more, but its damage and win rate went way up. So I'm like, wait.
And they still haven't adjusted the Cubile and the Gunner Gundam.
What a shame.
Yep, they're within expected parameters, I guess.
We want them to explode.
Dude, the Heavy Gundam came out not too long after the Ifrit DS, and I was like, I want that because it's in a cost that I don't have to put up with a free DS.
Back when the free DS was like the bane of everyone's existence in the beginning.
I mean, it
Yeah.
really killed everything. General,
It did.
Like, it didn't matter. Like, it was the general destroyer.
Didn't it have a tech pose controller? And whatever.
Yeah.
I think it
Like-
introduced that
I
skill.
think it's one of
Yeah,
the first ones, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see here.
But well, here, real quick. One last thing too, as far as the streaming thing, I think the first person that I like, right after, because after you said it, I started thinking about it. Right? When I was like, okay, so let's see, streaming things. Click. There's a category for this. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds fun. I've gotten to like A. That's pretty high, I guess. I've got my GM cannon. Yeah, that's the only thing I play. 200 cost, maybe 250. Let's go.
I thought you were all about the Zaku cannon, man.
Well, that's. I mean, well.
Zaku Cannon
that's
was
my
early era.
transition to. So like, so I was GM cannon, and then like within probably a week or two of streaming, either somebody mentioned that to me, or somebody said it was better, or I don't know if it was in a Discord or wherever. And I was like, okay, I could try a Zaku cannon. That sounds cool. Let's go. Oh, it's machine gun. Let's go. I like my MGs.
Mhm.
And then I was just, 800 games later. I've got over 1,000 games with Zaku cannon, so let's go. And then I've had that. That was literally my suit for every cost except for 350 because they didn't have one at the time. And even my 400 was that because I still didn't have any other suits. I definitely didn't have a Gunner Gundam. So, oops. Gotcha problems. But,
Yeah.
But yeah, so pretty much, I wanted to say though, I think Gustav was the first one that I actually found like
Hey.
streaming, and I just remember like one of your first comments was like, "Yeah, I do stuff on Facebook, and then I do this sometimes." Was literally the first thing I think I remember you saying.
Yeah.
when I said, "Hey, cool, somebody else is in this category."
Because at the time, I was actually multi-streaming to a bunch of stuff, seeing which one stuck first for like affiliate or like partner or whatever. And lo and behold, it became Twitch first. Very different era back then.
Oh, sure.
And then I found Emblem pretty much shortly after that. I kept checking each day because I'm like, okay, there's people that hop on this. Let's go. I'm new to this Twitch thing, sort of, as far as like actually looking for things.
What are these Twitchers?
Yeah, right. Especially like random categories. So I was like, yeah, there's people that stream Gundam. Let's go, dude. And then,
Right.
yeah, then found Emblem doing like community things on either Sunday or Wednesday. I don't.
Might have been Wednesday
It
night.
was one of those 2
No,
days.
It was Wednesday
no,
night.
it was Try Hard Tuesdays. That's what it was.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Try Hard Tuesdays, yeah. And I was like, why is it called Try Hard Tuesdays? I'm so confused. And then
TNT.
eventually I figured that out because of the 2 wins in space. But yeah, the yeah, so that's definitely a blast from the past. As soon as Maniac mentioned that, I was like, oh yeah, let's go, dude.
Yeah. Try Hard Tuesdays originally was me trying to get people in chat who wanted to play like, you know, higher level GBO2 matches. But most of the time I ended up moving away from it because it just kind of devolved into community matches. So we just did community matches.
The other thing too, like as far as we're not too far off. I mean, we're kind of far off, but we're not too far off of anniversary of this. Yeah, the podcast. So that was actually, I think, maybe 2 months ago, but something like that. Either way, though, it was like about half a year that us 4 got together for the first episode. Might throw in the intro or something random from the first episode at this point.
Yeah.
Editing me, go. Maybe, if I have time.
We're counting
Future
you, past
Magnum.
Magnum and future Magnum. Both Magnums.
Mark
It's a collaboration of past and present and future Magnum.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
no. But yeah. Anyway, darn it, I forgot exactly what I tangented off from to finish that thought. Man,
We were
what were you
talking
saying?
about Sonic the Hedgehog again, right?
No, we were not. We were absolutely not doing that.
Are you sure?
But Maniac was mentioned something.
Yeah, I'm
about-
pretty
Oh, yeah,
fucking
Robotech.
sure. Also not Robotech. It was
but
Gundam.
Anyway, the next thing I guess, as far as topics, unless Maniac, you remember where your thought was on that. My bad. But the next thing in time, as far as what we've done, or what the game has done, what was your favorite time in GBO2?
Ooh.
Like, for me, I have a very specific kind of 2 or 3. Personally, I love the slower, because I mentioned Chrome Hounds earlier. I like the slower, more like slow-paced combat, which these days, it's pretty fast. You pop NTD on the Unicorn and you be moving for days, and it's kind of crazy. Especially some of the raids they've come out with like their flight boost, extra awesome hyper booster nonsense skills that they have ×3. You know, all that nonsense.
We call it
But-
flexible thruster.
Yeah, that thing. And they have all those. And like, for me though, back in the day, getting the Dom Barrage was one of the most awesome things, even though it took so long for me to get it.
Intensifies in chat.
Yes.
Intensify.
Intensify?
Intensify was born. But other than that, the I think the slower days around the Dom Barrage, and then it got buffed. The buff, back in the day, before all this beam rifle nonsense, people used bazookas, and you shot next to somebody's feet. And then there were 2 suits, pretty much, that had explosive reactive, which I think was introduced. Was it the? Did the?
It was a slave race. Slave race
Slave race?
introduced it.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Slave Race had it, and they also gave it to the
Desert type.
Armor. Well,
Desert type, I feel like,
yeah,
used it a
Desert.
little bit better.
Yeah.
Desert
Yeah.
type, and then they gave it to the Dom Barrage. And when they gave it to the Dom Barrage, it was like, even though it's a big suit, when they would hit next to you, that was kind of what everybody did, was shoot next to you. And it was just like, nope, now I get to stun you.
Not no more. No splash damages for you.
Yeah,
and you
so
could
that's
dash and fire a flare at people in
Yeah.
the slave wraith. It was cool.
Mhm.
but so that there was that time. But I think my all-time favorite, just because supports were OP, and it's one of my favorite suits. If I have the figure here for it, I do not. But the GPO2. Now, sadly, I didn't get the raid, and I didn't even get the support one till later. But even then, it still lasted for months and months of just people complaining on Reddit, Twitter, everywhere that the MLRS was way too overpowered. Prior to that, they were also complaining that the raid version was too overpowered, and I forget which. I think the raid version kind of, sort of, died out slightly first, but the
Oh, for
support,
sure.
the support stayed just because it had the big shield and everything. Pretty much just had one main stun, and build up wasn't really the biggest thing yet. So, even when the Rebawu came out, that was its main gimmick. It still, most of the time, had to deal with your shield. So even though it could stun you, if you turned the right way, it would have to then reposition to actually try to follow up a little bit or knock you over. And even then, if you fell, luckily, in the right position, then your shield absorbed a lot of the missiles. Otherwise, you still could probably die in one combo, but it was still the only thing that prevented you from dying from the Rebawu, which was
Also,
kind of
man,
the
was talking
thing at
about the
the time.
Bawu. The Rebawu would eat the MLRS's lunch.
Oh, sorry.
Just putting that out there.
My goodness. Oh my goodness. The Bawu. Sorry, just the Bawu, not the Rebawu. The Rebawu is actually insane. It's overpowered and needs nerfed
No, it doesn't.
more than
It's
anything
fine.
else.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's
But anyway,
fine.
it's better than the 4-star that they just came out with at 650. But anyway, sorry, the Bawu, the raid Bawu. But yeah, the Bawu though was kind of the best raid at the time, and even then, like, you could still deal with it till people started getting really good with it, and then it kind of started dying out a bit more. But
Just say the
That
Bawu
was pretty
seems
much
like it
the
had a
end.
good setup.
yeah, that was the end of that MLRS era. Essentially, was the Bawu. But for a little bit of time, we still had our glory days there as
Yeah,
support
even
players.
more so when the Jarja came out. When the Jarja dropped,
Oh,
that was it for the MLRS.
Yeah.
2-tap
Game
stuns
over.
wherever you shoot. Let me just chain combo you until I get around that shield and then 2-shot
Yeah.
you.
It's either you get around it or
Or-
you just break it in a couple down
I
swings.
was, I,
Yeah.
I was about to say, like, either you downswing the shield and then you just go, boom. It's like, oh, well, there goes the shield.
It's really the final nail in the coffin. Was
Heavy
the
attacks.
attacks.
Yeah. The shield, what's that? No.
Yeah, I'll hit the shield, and it goes straight to you. Free hitbox. Let's go.
And takes your life points. Oh.
What's that? I'm a gazelle. What's that? You got a big old shield? Let me just bah. It's like, nope. All right.
Penetration.
But yeah, so that was definitely mine. That was my
Oh.
favorite time, of course, because
Yeah.
that was when supports were feared even by the raids. That was the max hubris of supports.
And
I
then
don't know. That plateau only gets higher. It's
yeah.
not even possible.
Oh man.
That's where the max hubris was born. That's where it started climbing.
We can go with that. I saw support mains who fucking stand their ground when I rushed them out as a raid. I was like, "What are you doing? Why are you still here?"
But yeah. Who's next? Favorite time? Emblem, go.
Magnum remembers the days when people shot at your feet to stun you. I remember when you would used to get chain stunned by machine guns. Because way back in the day, the way build-up stagger worked is you could get multiple stats to build-up stagger. So like you'd have like, because the real menace was the Zaku 2 Kai.
Yes.
It was the only suit, like the only suit with a dodge roll, pretty much that everybody had because everyone started with it at the high cost of like, what was it, 350, 250?
So
mhm.
its first, like, its base cost was 250, and at the highest at the time was 350. The 400 didn't come in until way later.
It would have had to have been 4. Was it? Because I thought Grandpa on the G3 started out at 400, right?
Yeah.
So,
Or am I thinking of-
well, G3 was 4. Well, I'm meaning the Zaku 2 Kites.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
It didn't go up to 400 until later. So
Gotcha.
it was like, I think like, I want to say 3 months after the Zakutu was around, or Zakutu Kai was around, that it finally got like a level 4.
Mhm.
Because I specifically remember it being in the gacha spins. And I'm like, why is it in there when like the first 3 levels is already in DP or already given to you? So yeah, I remember it. I remember level 4 being like sometime way after. But yeah, anyway.
What about the Zaku cannon then? Would that also have been just
Zaku Zaku Cannon,
that stun?
you know, I'm not
Honestly,
entirely sure, because the MMP80 I think was it carried a different MMP80. So I don't know if it had the same stun value or not.
Yeah, I
At the
wouldn't.
time.
I wouldn't be able to tell you at the time. I could go look at the wiki data or something,
Yeah.
the change log. But honestly, like I don't even really remember being that bad. But I was probably just at the time, probably just like, oh man, I need to get used to this. Like everybody's shooting me or whatever. So
I know, like, apparently the first game also went through iterations of machine gun operation and then bazooka operation.
So, from what I was told from Maelstrom and Rob, and basically explained what the heck, like the mobile, what the hell the machine guns were doing, they were piss poor, like absolute dog shit. Like they would not do any sort of build stun. I think GBO2 actually started the whole build stun thing.
Okay, so I thought that was
The MGs did not
remember
have
MG
any
operation.
sort of. So there was no build stun on the machine guns in the first game. Build stun was a fairly newish thing when GBO2 came out. So you had your bazookas and shotguns, which caused stuns, but machine guns, even the Unit 5's Gatling, from what I was told, didn't do any build stun. Which, if you think about it in today's terms, that would be stupidly scary. Because, like, imagine you just firing the Unit 5's machine gun and you're just pelting, like, a support without stunning it. Like, you would kill it before it would get stunned. Even then.
So they just did more damage.
I
thing?
think it used to do more damage, but like the first game did a very different way of scaling damage and cost, because they did increments of 25 and not 50 in terms of the cost range.
Yeah.
So the damage calculations were very different. I don't know how different, but they were pretty different compared to now. So yeah.
also nighttime matches. BB, take notes.
Oh gosh,
my god.
When I saw older videos on Rob's channel about, like, you know, evening, like nighttime, like matches and like in different maps, I'm like, why don't we have those yet? Like, nighttime in the desert would be really cool. I think it would look very nice, in all honesty.
I was gonna say it's the same reason that Port Base had like several different versions of itself when we don't see any of them. Except for
Right.
Moist once in a while.
I mean,
Right.
the trenches kind of is almost a night thing, right?
They're like late afternoon with a whole bunch of smoke from battle. I
It
mean,
just puts a
like,
Gears of War filter over everything.
Yeah,
That's
I was
all
about
that
to
is.
say that seems pretty Gears of War.
I will say though, it's kind of funny. I can't see like a super gun. I'm way off in the distance, actually. Like until he starts charging, I'm like, where's he at? Where's he at? Oh, he's moving. There he is. Like I was in a zombie trying to like counter snipe, just being like, where's he at? Oh, he's on that hill. There we go. Oh, I see him charge and shoot. I don't know. I can't see his body, but I see the tip of his rifle. Hopefully, he's right behind it.
Yes, I'm gonna leave my charging rifle right here, and I'm gonna stand 50 meters over here.
Well, I mean, like I would shoot at the tip of the gun, and then they would miss, and I'd be like, how? And he would be like turned because I would see him like stand up, and I'd be like, oh darn it, he was looking to the left. Damn it.
But just to answer your original question though, Magnum, about like I guess the favorite time of play, I'd probably say I would like kind of when I was getting into raids, like after I stopped playing a lot of like general units and the GM Sniper 2. This is like around the time I played a lot of games in the Pixie. I played a lot of Pixie.
I remember you doing a lot of Pixie matches.
You were every time I would be like, is anyone playing the Pixie again? Oh no, dude. Is he in the Pixie? We're like 400. I don't wanna play my Zaku cannon. Please tell me I'm on Emblem's team. This
Everyone's got to grow out of support sometime.
Right. Yeah. So that was pretty cool. Just like playing a Pixie and getting into like the finer points of the raid class. I'd probably say like early on. When I opened my eyes and realized that I was not playing the true version of the video game, I was wasting my time. I switched over to raid life.
Let your rage consume you.
Yes. Unlike most players that settle into the support role, I decided I wanted to hate myself for the rest of my 3 years of GBO2 instead.
I don't know. I feel like that same statement could be applied to the support role.
You're not wrong.
Infinitely angry.
Where's my generals? Where's my generals? And then,
Even
like,
at
the
your
generals-
best, it doesn't feel like you did anything at all here.
Right.
See, that's why people must be the Foz half the time. So you can be on the front line and scare people, and then have the raid just zoom in and just slice you in half later.
But Faz is actually pretty good right now with that
It
damage
is.
control edition.
Yes. Yes.
Speaking of supports complaining about their front line, we've been watching Lasner in our anime like viewings during Soletta Sundays, and this makes Maniac's comments make me think. There was like one episode where like Gostero Julia, Edgy's sister, is like the prophet of Cusco or whatever, and she's walking up on this Grandosian like line of soldiers, and she just like walks up to him and like, you know, uses the power of beautiful anime lady, and the guy just kind of like stares at her and doesn't shoot, and she's like walks past him and goes to like the Grandosian leader, and I was like, this is like, that dude's a support, and she's like every raid. The front line just sits there and lets her pass by.
like a little high.
And, she just goes straight to the support.
Yeah.
So, oh my god. Like, I need to fight the enemy support, not stop the raid. It's like,
Real talk.
nah, doubtful. I still don't believe that happens. The only time I get alone time to support is when they decide they want to be a solo sniper on top of a building somewhere.
Nice.
Then they get their just desserts.
Oh, man.
Yeah, man, I'd say that would be like the good time for me, though. It was like when I was just getting into raid life. Right around the time when the Easy 8 would still give everyone the yeetus deletus.
Going around corners. So, whee!
Yeah. Downswing halfway across the map and knock down everyone.
It's like, wait for me! Slash. Whee!
Yeah. Or Mobile Suit Dom Battle Operation 2. That was good times too.
Oh god.
I missed that one.
Oh man. Dombo combo. Yeah, Dombo combo. Sadly, I never got a hold of the Dombo combo. Sadly. I never actually got good with the Dom until like a year later.
Yeah, flooding movement was weird. This is back in the day we didn't need maneuver armor to rush people down.
But yeah, Maniac, what is yours? What's your favorite time?
Oh man. Favorite time.
No, one of the favorite suits, I bet.
Favorite suits? Well, gosh. I would say that when gosh, jeez, you would think this would be an easy question. So in terms of like my favorite banner or suit at the time, or at all, I would have to say when we started getting 0083 stuff, I was really, really hyped about that. Funny thing, I got the High Gog way before I ever got a level of the Zigaki. I remember when the Zigaki banner dropped, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I want the Zigaki, it's 0080, yeah, or whatever, right? And, of course, I didn't get it. I got the High Gog, and I'm like, I'll see what this Flappy Penguin can do.
Flappy Penguin.
So, I learned the High Gog, and I'm like, High Gog's fun. Well, I'm gonna go back to my G3.
Bye, Gog.
The High Gog was one of those that was like, until it got buffed, and then it got massively buffed.
Nah, dude, the High Gog's always been good. They just made it insane.
They did.
I remember back in the day, I used to play me some OG High Gog. People were like, High Gog's that good. I was like, nah, man, this thing can stun while boosting. Like, let's fucking go.
Yeah, the missiles were actually insane. Like everything except for its like hand missile that was like stuck in the ground that blew your.
It was good when you did it.
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
Like that's what I wanted it for. I wanted the hand missile. I was like, let's go. Okay, route. Okay, I hit 1 out of the 20 that I shot this game.
Like, yeah, there's the raid, and then you're just like, boom, oh, damn it.
Yeah, between having your main gun switch hands depending on direction, your hands being super low and scraping against the floor for your missile, and all of your other weapons being centered, which means you can't peek corners, it was an interesting thing to get adapted to, for sure.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna hit you with this.
And then, when I learned Zigaki, when I learned Zigaki, aquatics
Rest in
changed.
peace, Zagaki.
Aquatics changed for me because I fell in love with it.
Took us a long time to actually get water, though.
It did. It took us, what, 2 years? 2 years to get water.
Yeah, I remember when they introduced water and our banner suit was the Methus.
That was so
Brilliant.
weird. That was so weird. I was like,
amazing choices.
I was like, they could have grabbed like, I don't know, Char's Zigok or like.
Dude, I was telling everybody, it's like if we don't get the Atlas Gundam for the aquatic update, we're never getting a fucking.
Yep, and it's over.
And here we are. We never got it. We never got the Atlas.
Meanwhile, the latest Extreme Versus ends up getting fucking the Thunderbolt at guys and all this other shit.
Though I'm kind of curious though. Like, if we did get the Atlas, like, what exactly would it, like, how would it act? Like, would it be similar to like how like the Marine Gundams would be acting, or would it just be like its own thing?
It probably have to be its own thing.
I feel like it would be the first one to have the skill that we kind of joked about, where it can actually like fly as if it was in space, in the water.
Underwater.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like that would be kind of interesting. You touch pad and then you kind of like just fly around in the water.
Or glide on the water.
It's also a weird Gundam that actually has orbital capabilities to a certain extent because of the rider gear or whatever that it has. So like,
Yeah.
technically it should be able to fly or at least scoot.
I think there would be too many buffers on it because of how big the banana shoes are.
Which is funny because the body itself probably wouldn't have any. It's frail and tiny as fuck.
It's like you just have like these big banana shoes, like just like skating around, and like the actual body's like probably about like that big.
It's like the leg hitbox of the Hildolfer in tank mode, and just going around.
Yep.
Like you have too many of them next to each other, they can't do anything.
They end up running into each other.
They just clip really bad. Well, a lot of the suits coming up we'll probably just be clipping through stuff on certain maps anyway, so
Yeah.
they only get
Oh.
bigger from now.
But yeah, any other specific time? I will mention, because I figured you were going to mention it, the GAN at some point.
Oh, funny thing about the Gian. That was actually, what was that? That was like was it the third banner of the game? I think it was the third banner of the game. Was the Gian, I think. Or like third or fourth banner of the game. And the thing is that I slept on the Gian for a very long time, because I just kind of looked at it and went like, what the fuck is this? and then
Good call.
and then I was like, I was in a couple of 400 cost matches while and this is like, during year one, first couple of months, and like all of a sudden I see like this dude running around in a Gian, just decimating a fucking team and going after the support like 4 times and like completely skewering it. At the end of the match, he ended up getting around 175k damage. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? 175k at a 400 cost. Who is this man? Right? And I'm like, I need to figure out what this Gian is. I need to figure out what the hell it is. So I started like screwing around with it. I'm like, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. It has such big damage potential, but I don't understand this thing. So, of course, like, about like a year in, I was like, so, Maelstrom, and he's like, what? You mained the Gian for a short amount of time, right? And he's like, yeah, I guess? And I'm like, how do you use the Gian efficiently? And he's like, well, you do this and you do that, and you try not to get killed. And I'm like, oh, got it. All right, I'm gonna take it into rated. And he's like, what? It's like, wait, what are you doing? Like, yeah, I'm gonna go into rated with it. And I'm like, my first match with it, I actually did fairly okay. I didn't get top damage, but I was like, oh, okay, so that just downward pokish, and I'm like, okay, I got the hitboxes down, and then I'm like, oh, there's a gun tank.
Oh no.
And then, like, it was like the second or third match with it, and I'm like, there's a gun tank. It's impact site. There's a gun tank on the corner. I'm like, yes. And all of a sudden, I'm like,
last mistake.
and so, the gears are turning and everything, and I kind of look, I'm like, where's all the generals at? Because all of a sudden, I kind of came to realize I'm like standing, like, not really standing, but like I'm at the broken gal wing, like hiding, and I'm like, where's all the generals? And I just kind of like turn myself over and see the mini-map, and I'm like, they're all over there, like screwing around with the other generals, and this gun tank is just pelting them. And I'm like,
Get over here.
I'm gonna go over this way. And so I beelined it right up behind the gun tank, and I'm like, and then just downswinged it.
Bully the tank.
I bullied that thing.
Like, the amount of damage that it had for...
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It was literally the best thing to take into bosses for the longest time.
Yeah, it still has probably... I mean, in terms of if it wasn't a heavy attack raid, it still has one of the best, like, base damages as a raid, in terms of 400 cost. Until you look at other things,
Powerhouse
but,
like
I mean...
Yag, am I right?
But, like, in terms, like, of a flat rate damage, I mean, Gian still pulls stupid amounts of damage. I like the buffs that they did to it recently.
Yeah, and adding another level.
That was a weird step.
So, this is weird, right? So when they did the buffs to the Gian, I'm like, cool, but not enough.
Yeah, the level bump
I'm
is
like-
very inappropriate.
I was like, it needs injectors, The double dodge roll was very nice. Its needle missile still needed a new. Like, they still have not upped the stagger value on that thing.
Just give me 1%. I'm not even asking for a lot.
Like all I'm asking is like maybe like half the clip, or even a quarter of the clip stun. Also, it still can't boost fire. You still cannot boost fire the missiles, which makes no sense to me. Because if you're boosting with your shield out in front of you, you would think that logically you would be able to fire the needle missiles while you're boosting.
But Unit 5's Gatling gun is so heavy, and the guns on the G-Line standard, which are mounted to the shoulders for ease of use, require you to stand still because of recoil or whatever. Commit stance. We need this. It's so heavy or whatever.
It's like it's just this itty-bitty shield.
I think the boost needle missile thing would be a very good buff that they could do.
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
Yes. And I honestly
doing damage, and then maybe you get lucky and get a stun at the same time.
Yeah. And then also I'm still surprised that they still haven't given it any sort of injectors yet. Like I know
turn the hide bombs into a bazooka. Just like get rid of the cute like trap playing and just make it a bazooka.
And then just like
yeah, it just needs to be that. It's just a mine. It has a different name, but it's just a bazooka.
Or be able to. What I would like is if they're gonna do the hide bombs like as like mines, do it similar to like what was that one newer suit that had like the mines on it?
Yogu Stutzer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Warhammer suit,
like,
yeah.
Like just have it like placed all around or something like that, or you just drop them as you boost, kind of like
or the dom one, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that would be cool, to where you could just throw them as you're running away, or like you just shoot them out as a big combo.
Yeah. Like realistically, I mean, if we're gonna go into the mechanics of these fictional suits, these big old boys should be able to do a 360 and like fire behind it, like, or at least like kind of like do that, and just be able to fire it while boosting from the back. Like that's like, I don't see why they can't do that. It's completely feasible.
Video game.
That would require actual animation flexibility for the developers.
Nah, let's just clip it. Like it's not even like a fluid animation. No, it's just like clipped it. Kind of like how the Bound Doc for a while did the whole like dabbing. Just make it clip, but purposely.
They can do stuff like that. Like that honestly just makes me think of like in Inbon and Gundam Versus, how the Hyakushiki would like shoot behind itself because Char's a swag lord.
Yes.
Maybe do something like that.
But yeah, Gustav, what is your kind of favorite time frame?
Alex era was pretty good. I didn't mind some of the stuff that was coming out at the time, and besides that, just whenever we get a new cost, it's always interesting to see that fluctuation of like new suits, level boosted suits happening. The increase in like speed that tends to happen. Like exam suits are kind of a big deal just because of the movement rate, and then we get into some other stuff over at 450 that just moves that fast baseline, and that just kept increasing over time. It kind of makes me wonder what we're even gonna have at 700 as we go forward. But yeah, there's been a lot of different periods of that. A lot of these lower costs now are like super saturated, not only with level boosted stuff, but just other things that are being put in the middle because AOZ has like a really wide range of just like variant suits. I do kind of hope that they do put some lower stuff in there, especially if they're gonna have the audacity to keep like 250 around for clans, let alone like, I don't know if we see 250 too much for rated anymore. It feels like it drops mostly at 300.
No. Like,
so
there have only been maybe a few times that I've seen 250, and that would be like really early in the morning, but it would like be on like the off days that like hardly like any dailies are, like needed on ground.
Mm-hmm.
So like space days and stuff like that. Like I've noticed there was one day I streamed and I was streaming real late, you know. One of my 7-hour streams, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm streaming and all of a sudden map rotation happens. And this was before they gave you the preview of what was coming up next. Like that was before that patch. So so it was like months ago. Anyway, I was like, oh, okay, well, you know, rotation in next maps. Let's see what it is. And it was 200 cost deserted city, and I kind of looked at that. I'm like, what?
How strange.
What? Like 200 cost deserted city. Like what? Like nobody, like I don't think anybody would have thought that like any of that would happen like remotely currently. Like
break out the henticle tie.
I want it.
Like,
That might be
put me
too
in-
low.
No, that's too low actually. That's
yeah,
the
that's
act.
250.
Yeah.
Just act.
No, it's
Act time.
200.
Stand
And
by the act guy.
Or the
And,
act guy, yeah.
funny thing, I decided to go into 200 cost because, you know, why not, even though, like, I swear to God I should never go into 200 cost ever again. But anyway, so I decided to go into 200 cost, and I'm like, alright, what suit do I remember doing well in 200 cost? And I'm like, Zaku 2FS. Alright, let's go. So I go in there. Immediately, I'm like, this is terrible. Deserted City on low cost is just terrible. Because you practically take half the match to just meet the
Yeah.
guy.
Unless you're in the act.
Right. So, like, you take half the match just trying to grab points and meet up in the middle. So that's already, like, what, it's a 7-minute, 8-minute match, so you already wasted 2 to 3 minutes right there, maybe almost 4. So you're just sitting there going, like, alright, everybody's grouped up now, and then, like, then you just see this line of enemies just slowly charging in. It's like, right on time.
Well, then the respawn times are so short that once the brawl gets started,
Yeah.
2 points are close enough on certain maps. It's just non-stop, just brawling, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other things that I was gonna say to cover, I guess, you know, as far as time goes, there's a few other things that I had typed out that I wanted to mention. But let's kind of do
Yeah.
a, you know, slow rapid fire, I guess, section, and just kind of anything that, you know, any kind of thing that we kind of want to talk about, maybe short tangent on. You know, you
There's no
just
such
reminded me of
thing.
the low cost. You just reminded me of the low cost. I will say the Act guy back in the day was one of the hardest suits to play, even though on paper its kit was actually
Fucking
crazy.
hate the act guy.
Yeah.
It's your favorite.
Yeah, guy
Dude,
was
I love
great.
this suit. Especially now after they buffed it, dude. It's so good. It's still crazy. But
Damn commit stance.
yeah, that commit stance and the beam was like pinpoint accurate, laser to the tiniest laser, pinpoint accurate. If you whipped even like a nanometer, you missed. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But then another thing, unrestricted used to be a thing. I remember taking in the GOG and just being like, "Let's go, GOG!
I miss
Let's fight the
Unrestricted.
state."
Unrestricted was a really weird shit show, and then they realized people take the game seriously and got rid of it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Uh,
In all honesty, though, there was a few times where like you could have legitimately like had a plan of going into Unrestricted and going, all right, so I want to win the match, right? Well, there's all these 500 cost suits over here. Well, I'm this 400 over here. I'm gonna do my best to whittle them down, have everybody else just tackle them. They'll get most of the points, and then I'll just die later. It's like, that's basically what unrestricted kind of boiled down to. It was like,
There were some cases where there were a few suits that were able to kind of get some dock out, like GPO1 of like the level 5 bullpup.
yeah,
I think GM Sniper, or I think GM Sniper 2 did
Yeah.
something similar too.
yeah, and
Just the suits that can
unrestricted.
use the level 4
Yeah.
and 5 weapons.
Yep, yep. Yeah,
One
because,
thing-
yeah, go ahead.
Oh well, I mean, one thing too, like with the unrestricted, they eventually turn it to where you are rated, you can only go 50 down. But for me, one of the benefits of unrestricted, and most of the time when I would actually play it, was, if I recall, and I could be crazy here, but I want to say back in the day there could be 2 space matches up and just 1 ground, and it could just be unrestricted. And
Which
at
is
that point,
obscene.
Yeah.
and at that point too, there wasn't a space and ground queue; it was just rated. So you
Yes. Yeah, that was before they split the rating.
yeah,
Yes.
It's really
so-
funny because, like, when that happened, the truth came out. Nobody fucking liked space. They just dealt with it.
Depending on how many space games you played, you either were like, if you were definitely one of those space players, you might have been like B to A, and if you were not, you were probably around C or D kind of thing. So yeah, they
funny-
pretty much carried those up, if anything.
Funny thing when it was all one rating, I remember just getting into A-, and I'm like, I want to keep my A-, and then I'm thinking, everybody sucks at space. Maybe I can grab a few wins out there. Sure enough, that's how I kept my A-, was just getting a couple
Oh,
of wins
God.
in space. In
That's probably another reason they split it too.
Because that was how I kept my A- for the longest time was, oh yeah, I'm gonna grind out space to keep my
This
A-.
man still clubbing in space. How dare you?
Yep, that's what I did.
Those old types had it coming.
And that was before Saikamu weapons, by the way.
Yeah, I would use like the Gigan in space, but the only thing is it didn't have the support skill of the
Gimbal.
no. This was even before they even added that. But I'm talking about the support skill of like showing your teammates or showing the
data link.
whatever.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't even have that when it first came out, and it was just like
Man, in
Which is
space, that thing
hilarious.
was pretty much a general. It didn't need data link.
Yep.
I mean, pretty much,
Just melt things, Gigan punch.
right? That punch was insane. Now we have the long range punch, the space type. But yeah, that covered like three of the things I typed out with like splitting the ratings and stuff. What about, let's talk some metas at the time that, at this point seem not that long ago, but are pretty far off. The Mark II meta and the Cubile meta. Like,
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad they really didn't repeat that too much with the. I mean, the new kind of did, but they
Mm.
definitely
Keyblade
did
meta's like a
a whole lot
joke.
better.
Well, the funny thing is that we lament so much about the Cubile meta, but people were like raging about that when it first came
Oh
out.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I feel like the unicorn meta is that now, and I am very curious what they do at the end of this month for the balance with the unicorn and the banshee, because
I hate that the Banshee's getting dragged down to Unicorn.
Yeah,
don't
they
understand
didn't
why the
deserve that.
Banshees- No, Banshee is fine. I
hope it gets the slap on the wrist.
if
Both
the
of them
Banshee,
will. I think that at this point, whatever changes they do, if it's not steep enough, it's not going to change the face of 700. They would have to coincide several releases before they do that with either 700 or level boost things that might do decently and kind of muck up some of the comp, but otherwise it's just going to be the same as like the Mark II stuff. I don't think it's going to be that steep. Now if it is,
It's the opposite. I think it's going to be like.
then we'll see, because I feel like a lot of people, and this might just be because I'm like an A+, like barely an A+ or whatever, but a lot of the comp here, a lot of people are circumventing Unicorn outside of 1 or 2 depending on the map. You're seeing a lot more EXS, Toad's Ridders are still running around, stuff like that. So I don't know if they're doing that in preparation of the nerf, or if it's just something that people just gave up on trying to get it if they didn't get it initially.
Yeah, I feel like it could be kind of that. and high A plus and S minus.
Yeah.
I feel like
What is this
those-
low cost shittery?
I feel like those suits are kind of like few and far between. Like every now and then you'll see a moon Gundam get the dust blown off of it
Yep.
or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Usually it's just
I have not seen any
Unicorn.
Sazabis recently.
No. If anything,
Yeah,
you'll
this is
see
obviously
news and Moo Moons before you see Sazabis.
So
Sometimes the Sananju is pretty because you can literally stun anything while boosting with
Mhm.
its skill. So that's
right.
that thing's actually still kind of OP just because it literally just gets to bully anything if you're a god at boosting and shooting the beam.
But there's no point because they released a Revewu at its native cost now, so
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
It's a native con. Get out of here. God damn it.
So
anything else, it's not a unicorn at that point.
So, in all honesty, though, in terms of the, God damn it, what was I thinking of? Sazabi. So, what? Because it's been a while. So, what kind of caused it to kind of like get thrown off the rail? Like, was it more?
A lot of
was
its
it more
stuff
of
is just,
size, or
Size, general, just stat spread. The fact that in the early times it was just really obstructive, because you would just be swinging on stuff, and if you weren't, getting your downswings down pat, you're pretty much taking everyone else around you with you. Also, after a while, doing like weapon cycles while just trying to keep somebody stun juggled wasn't really efficient anymore, as because everything was just so fast. And now that you have suits that have, this really high output main gun that also has splash damage, lingering in one spot too long is really dangerous. And all it really had was cumulative, and some of that cumulative it would lose when it would get the new type destroyer out, and it would just not be able to use like part of his kit. It's not really as mid-range heavy as the new Gundam, so it can't just shuffle around and do its part of its all-range attack without it.
Mhm.
And it also doesn't. Well, the shield wasn't too much of a factor. Sometimes it can be for the new, but not as often as you would think. But I think it was just more flexible. The Sazabi was just something that they had the audacity to keep as a general when it probably shouldn't have. But at this point, it would probably do worse as a raid, which is kind of fucked up.
Yeah, at least how it works, right?
It needs some workovers, but I don't know. Outside of just making things either have more accumulation and maybe making the secondary rifle a bit more accessible, like what else they could really do with it.
I think the minimum two things that they should give the Sazabi to make it playable again is to give it priority 3 and give it offense system.
It should have had priority 3 from the start.
it should have
I
had
agree, but we
priority
have to
3.
clash with new Gundam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So,
Never mind that
Yeah.
the other saber is like the size of the suit itself, but yeah, sure.
Mhm. That's at the minimum. I think those two things would give the Sazabi some breathing room. I personally would raise the follow funnel stagger rate by a percentage as well.
Yeah.
But like,
Also give it a heavy attack.
I'm
Just
down
just
for it.
cross the
We
line
have
at this
to-
point.
We have to take it into the raid party though. Generals don't get heavy
Nope,
attack.
nope, cross the line and give it to it.
Nope.
The general with the heavy
you guys
attack.
get
Do it
the
right
deal.
now.
You get to be happy, okay? That's
See, I'm
all
a
you
support. I don't want any more heavy attacks
Yeah, you
on
do.
anything else. No, not on generals. No.
it's like, even if it did get a heavy attack, like, what the heck would the heavy attack animation even be? Like,
Either some spin to win or just fucking chopping shit up with a huge advancing thing.
I think it would have the Zaku 3's heavy attack.
We're just
Yeah,
doing like,
this-
Yeah, that'd be a pretty easy
Heavy
one.
attack. Because all
But the
it
crazy
would have
thing
to do-
is that it would have insane coverage if it used the big saber.
yeah,
What game is it where the Sazabi does that stupid like flaily arm thing if it's two beam saber?
Well, it does it for its super counter.
yeah,
Oh, is that what
It
it is?
does-
Oh,
yeah,
Yeah.
They did it for the counter, and
And
then-
it's in the flaily arm thing is actually it's in the movie.
yes,
Oh.
it actually is.
When they were
it was during
fighting
the scene,
before they
yeah.
ditched it and went pilot, he was just just doing it like
Basically
rave
swinging his
swings.
sabers,
That boy was
going
at a
like
rave for a
this.
second.
trying to like. I
Thought
don't
those
know
shits
what
were
the heck
glow
he was
sticks, I
doing.
guess.
He was fighting armor. You know, like when they do the fight where they have the arm on the hand or whatever, and yeah, that's what he was doing. Seems good.
You should just let it have like a command grab at that point. It just does the fucking super counter whenever it makes contact with somebody.
Yeah, they should just make that the heavy, and if you get countered by a new Gundam, they just replay the scene.
Yeah,
Beats the shit out of Charlotte.
just give him the punch.
Yeah.
His super counter, I think it does do hand to hand, but it really should have just like grabbed its head and just punched it like it was in a hockey fight.
Yeah,
Oh my
I'd be okay with that.
That would be funny.
Just interrupt the entire match and
Oh,
have like a salty bed.
Everyone pans in.
Everybody has to watch the
my
final fight of CCA when you get caught in that scenario. And then the game ends. It's pretty good.
It's like the whole fucking scene with like the whole cockpit slamming into the fucking.
Yeah, and just
Yeah.
rattling around. Your pilot somehow takes damage. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and they show all the mobile suits on each team pushing back Axis, and instead of it saying tie at the end, it just says Axis shock.
Just straight up game.
Match ends. Yeah, pretty much. This game's winner is human understanding and new types or something.
The power of friendship. Going beyond the time.
Yep, there we go.
So it just ends draw.
Oh no.
And then it's like, damn, I lost against my rival somehow. Fuck.
Yeah, you know what's coming because Sally starts to play like, oh shit.
Oh man.
They should. Speaking of which, they should have Sally as a background track, man. That
Yes.
sounds so good.
That's something that we talked about in the past. They did that one music update and then never did it again, and none of them are any kind of like familiar tracks outside of like the game stuff. Which I'll be honest with you, I don't have a lot of history with any of that, so I could give a fuck. I give no shits about where any of that shit came from. I just want shit from the show at this point.
Yeah, they should dip into the Zeta soundtrack at least. But I hear ya.
Like, even if it can't be lyric stuff, like literally any of the background tracks.
SD Gundam Battle Alliance. They've got a lot of.
They also have
A
remixes,
lot
which
of-
are amazing.
Remixes, yeah.
The Zeta remix is oof. That's the good shit.
I thought Beyond the Times remix on that was pretty good.
So also, that was going to be the next thing that I brought up as far as like just random updates that they did for things. You know, we recently lost the camera, and also
Yeah.
it's been useless the entire time. that
Yeah,
she
no
got
hair,
introduced.
no hairstyle still. Also, no heavily referential like clothes outside of pilot suits. To be honest, there's been like one or
Yeah.
two things, and that's it. We're still missing a lot of junk. Not to mention, if they're not gonna do hairstyles, at least give us wigs for hats.
Yeah. Well, and I don't think. Trying to think of other pilot suits that they've. Well, they didn't do any of like Unicorn's sleeves pilots, right? Except for like Marita, Full Frontal, and I think
Banana.
that's it.
I mean, that's
Well,
that's
yeah,
the
Banana.
extent of it. I don't worry about it too much outside of that.
Yeah.
I'd liked more clothes. Some of and like it would still be into like military outfit stuff, but like Mashimaru or Mashimeyer has like some fucking style. Yeah, some
Oh
really
yeah,
cool outfits.
Mashimir has really good.
He got
style.
his a bunch of flowers, and that's it.
Yep.
Yeah. What's
And
her
create
face?
some
Chara
ensemble.
Soon has some really cool outfits.
Yep.
Sorry, soon.
I'm like, listen, all Neo Zeon people, but like those dudes look fucking good, man.
That's because a lot of the
was like a good
Federation
one.
shit wasn't super imaginative outside of like Double Zeta Pro tags, like casual clothes.
Yeah, they were
Oh,
doing
and I-
Some stuff like
crazy,
that.
like,
It's a
80s
crime you don't have
stuff.
Hamon hair as a female hairstyle.
How do we not have
Come on
Hamon
here, or
Why-
Ru Luca
for real.
shit, or
Yeah. I was pretty
Also-
stoked
Oh,
when
go
they
ahead.
goes their normal suit though. But I'd love like Ruluka's dress, so like Hamon's because like Hamon wore her like little
give
black
us Faw's outfit.
dress like everywhere. Yeah, I would be down for Faw's
Yeah.
outfit
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
you know I didn't bring it up earlier, but you know when I played SRWZ2, I left Faw in the Methus and I owned everybody in it. I didn't need a MP new Gundam to show people that their suits were just for show.
But yeah, another thing too is like characters that are kind of other characters that were useless. Didn't the clan dude? Didn't he exist? But he just wasn't there till they put clans, or did he actually show up when clans came in?
Oh,
So
yeah.
that bar was empty.
Okay,
I thought
the
a
bar
Doman was already in there.
No.
I
He was
thought
in there, but
I thought they didn't introduce new characters until Dahlia and Patrick, but I thought the original cast was hanging out.
Oh no, yeah, he was.
Leona's
He
useless
was.
ass was in the hangar for an
and
entire
then
year.
Yeah.
Leona was in that
Yeah,
hangar.
that's
Oh my
right.
god.
She had all the downtime for a while.
Yeah. Dahlia's kind of become the reigning king, but for a long time we used to say Leona was the most useless character in the base camp.
Yeah.
She literally did nothing.
I mean, and then you
Leona
had
worked on those celebrations.
Yeah. We're prepping something, pilot. For
Yeah.
what though?
And when?
Yeah. What do you do? What is your job?
Especially when we were doing the podcast weekly, it's like, yep, all this shit's still the same. Guess what?
Yeah.
It's also still the same. So,
yeah.
Just like the hairstyles. Oof.
what about that new suit? Hey, that was pretty good. Everything else? Ass. All this other shit that we're waiting for? Still not here. So, spacing the things out even before we got to this point was definitely pretty good.
Let's see. Anything else anybody could think of that's anything that was new, annoying, crazy? Oh, here we go. Space rework. The whole you can now melee in space, which I got used to before. So I just went from being able to melee in space to not, because it was very jarring being used to it.
Oh.
And then finally they gave everything Ambac and Ambac 2.
Yeah.
I like the change of space. I know there are
Yeah.
some people who prefer the old style, but I think that when they changed it, it made it a little bit more user-friendly.
I mean, it's definitely better, but it was one of those things like I had already practiced this muscle
Right.
memory.
So-
Stop, help.
So when I first started GBO2 and like in one of my like first streams that I did, which I swear to God I only had like 2 people there. Anyway,
Two's pretty good for a first stream.
Sounds like
Yeah,
Twitch to me.
it is. Anyway, so I was saying how like the space controls at the time and how the mechanics worked were very similar to like Federation versus Xeon to an extent, because you would really have to like move your really have to use controls to really move and not have like any sort of like automatic kind of like camera shifting or anything like that, or like, you know how like ground is kind of like it's a fixed position most of the time. Like old space was not a fixed position. It was very wonky. And it took me a while to really get used to like actually kind of making sure I'm like not necessarily upright, but like knowing where everything was.
Oh yeah.
Because that was dumb, but it was fun. It was a fun dumb.
It was a fun dum
What
dum.
cat? Yes, I know. I'm busy.
There's an animal on the loose.
There is a cat. Hold on.
Play with me or unplug your microphone.
Go
again.
wall.
Oh, the
It's a
baby.
floof. It's a floof.
But yeah, anything else? I'm trying to think of like any. Oh, you know, I will say this was something that I wish they keep doing for like, you know, suits in the store, but the part change. Actually, a while ago now, that new players could just buy any of the parts. That was a pretty big
That was a very,
Mm.
very, very good change.
because that was
that
the
was-
biggest hurdles for new players getting into the game.
Yes. So that I'm honestly wondering. Like I know that I know some of the representatives and devs kind of like, you know, kind of hide in the background and watching us and whatnot.
No.
No. Well, yes, they do. But anyway, maybe. Quote unquote, maybe. Anyway, a lot of the newer players Like I remember even when when the Western release started and all that, and I was helping out new players and stuff like that. A lot of them are like, well, how do I get all these parts? And I'm like, well, you earn DP and you level up. And they're like, well, what if I wanted, a level 4, well, I think it was, level 4 was the highest at the time. Level 4 melee part with, for my, 400 cost suit. And I'm like, well, it's like, I guess you gotta level up and earn money. Like, sadly, it's it's
Then endless
promotion
hours in
clock.
the game.
Right.
Back
And-
in my day, used to roll for parts.
Right, right, yep.
Yes, and also back in my day, you would get your 3 dailies, and that was the only amount of any kind of XP or
Okay.
DP that you would ever get.
Yep.
And other than those 3-5 times bonuses, there was no medals getting popped. There was no
Nope.
medals for yourself. There was no other extra anything. There was, you got like maybe 1,000. You got 3 tokens a week for the weekly little login things, and you didn't get 10,000 DP. You got like what, 3? At
It was like 3 or 4,000 at most.
and that was it. You got your 3 tokens and like 3,000 DP a week, plus you got your 3 daily bonuses. So if you decide to go play customs that day, you didn't go play customs that day because that would waste your daily bonuses. Because you only get like 10.
Yep.
It's part of the reason why I pretty much only play rated, because there's no point like playing anything else.
Yeah.
And then like now that there's extra on reserve and you get so much from doing the monthly missions, there was no monthly missions either. There was no help there. There was like it was pretty rough. It was pretty rough indeed. Like the like extra tokens and stuff. You just had what you got every day, and at best,
And
you
you
wanted to
liked
rate
it.
up, and you got 100 maybe a game if you're winning. If you're not winning, sucks. But there you go. And then also one thing we mentioned, I can't remember if we mentioned it before we started or not, but the queue times and getting into a game. Like, I got a penalty or 2 for falling asleep because I'd be like, okay, I'm going to queue for a game before bed. 1 hour later. Oops. So,
Yeah. Thank goodness they started. Like, it kind of sucks. I didn't mind it so much of them putting you back into the lobby with other players, but it'd been nice if they'd like consolidated lobbies a little bit better, but not like re-queue if like and stuff like that was not the worst.
yeah, the
If you
queue was
get
the worst, but like the lobby thing was a little bit weird.
Mm-hmm.
That was another thing that they changed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember, and I would find this as like frustrating as a new player when I first played. Was not only did you know who your rival was, because they used to have like a rival tag next to the person's name of saying who your rival was, but
That
like
was just
if
when
you
it killed
if you
though, right? Like it would
no
show
no
the username.
in lobby as well. So in the
Oh, yeah,
lobby,
you're right.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
started
in the
out-
lobby,
Mhm.
in the lobby, in the rectangle
Yeah, I know what you're
portion
talking
there.
about now.
Yeah.
I forgot
So-
about that. Yeah.
So it would say who your rival was. Well, not only did the rooms not break after every single match, you would then be continuously, queuing up with your rival who kept beating you for the past 6 matches. Because he would always be on the enemy team. So then you're just like sitting here going, can I win a match, please? Like,
On Twitter, we call it a skill issue. Okay, we gotta
Yeah, bro. Just get good at
That
the
would be like the
game.
worst thing if you're a support and the
Oh, yeah.
rival was a raid.
Rival
It's just
was a
like,
raid,
I'm on,
yeah.
on every game.
Yep.
I'm telling you.
yeah,
That's a dodge moment, man. That's a
Yep.
get me out of this lobby. I need a new rival. Forget
because
this.
a lot of times, which I'm almost certain most players did this, because I'll be honest, I did it. But like you would see the person that would be marked as a rival, and you'd be like, that's the PSN name that I need to keep out for because he's my rival, right? So then when you get killed by them, and then you see the name, and then you look at the color design, you're like, got it. All right, I know who that is. So like, Immediately starts gunning down the guy. Then they
I
get
will say,
mad.
being able to color your suits whatever you want is actually a cool feature in the game. I will
Yes.
say.
Oh,
that.
for sure.
Yes.
Another thing too, as far as like just changes that they did. Speaking of the rival system, I'm glad it's pretty much dead now. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
I've ranted about it enough, so I won't go back into it. But yeah, it's finally dead. And with that, you know, iterations of normal ranked. That was a thing.
Yep.
First ranked was play no life every day, all day. The
Yep.
second one was kind of the same, but not as bad. And then finally, they limited how many games you could play.
Yep. I
Now we're in
remember.
Brawl days.
I remember the no sleep ranked. That was fun.
Yeah, I missed the first one.
That was fun. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember. Was it 350? I think it was 350.
I'm pretty sure it was.
I think because everybody was.
I was paying.
So the knocked was a
350
thing, and
was
then
the second one.
everybody.
Too, right? Was it the 350 the same?
They might have did
It
a
was
repeat.
300. It might have been 300. Either way, though, I know the second one was
But-
all night, but it was your best 3 games out of
Right.
live games
So
every day.
So the first one was a 350 match. It was in, I want to say, it was in the
It
tropical
was in
desert.
tropical desert.
Yeah, yeah. And everybody ran E3 custom.
Hell yeah.
Everybody
Perfect.
ran E3 custom. And like the only few people who didn't ran gym commands. Just to have generals on the team.
Shoot, towards the tail end, I was pulling Magnum strats. I was running the gun cannon and just like literally team killing people so I could steal their kills.
Oh my god, yeah, just stun.
Like, you
It
have
was a
to, like,
stun
pop that
fest.
Fuck.
Yes.
Like that was about to
Yes.
kill somebody. I need to hit them both.
Because it's a 1v9, man. You're playing a
Yeah.
1v9, dude.
Ranked came before clans too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like the
yeah.
idea of like a lot of the bunga heavy stuff outside of higher rating and stuff really became more apparent when that started to drop. Making a brawl made it even worse.
Yes. Oh, I love Brawl.
I will say, though, the support thing in Brawl now is kind of fun, especially like Palace Athene, you just drop. Boom. I just killed everybody. I was in last place. Now I'm in first because I just got like 7 kills at the same time. No big deal.
Yeah. Ranked's always been a little bit weird, but I didn't mind to change the brawl because at least they weren't trying to hide it anymore. That was a free
Yeah.
for all.
Right, right.
It was a lot more honest for sure.
I found still again it's so funny. What the last ranked match was 350 brawl on military base, was it not?
Shit, was it that low? I don't remember.
I think it was. It was 350 military base.
Well,
Yeah.
that was the one that
Yeah.
got canceled too.
That was a
Well,
they did
that-
like a 600 after that.
No, there was a 350 one before
That's
that.
the one that
That
got
was-
canceled.
That's the one that got canceled.
Oh, that was the one that got
We were like in the middle of it, and then it.
Right, that's right. Because I was like top of the leaderboard half the time, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. I'm gonna get the new suit, and then they're like, oh, we canceled it. I'm like, you bitch! Like, come on. I was doing so well. Like my first time actually doing okay in that.
One of the changes that I don't like, touch on something else, is when they cleaned up some of the grammar, getting ready for the Western release, like the official.
Yeah, they got rid of I
No,
can't.
they killed
got
that
rid
Con, man.
Yeah.
Big sad.
That-
The other one was let's show it to him or give it to him. Got rid of that too.
Yeah. Like there were just so many like good ones. It was like, are they a new type? That one might still say
That
it,
one's still there,
Yeah,
but that's
that one
also
might also
counted
there.
like a more toxic one.
What was
Also,
it?
what's going on, Agent? Thank you very much for the raid.
There was
Outside of
I
Brawl.
count
You guys are
on
doing
you.
alright today.
It was I count on you. Either it was count on you or I count on you, and then
No,
it
it's definitely
was
Yeah, I count on you.
it was I count
after
on you,
people.
and then it was when was Glory to Haman Sama
That's the one
still
guy.
like was that one of the original ones?
Oh, Glory to Lady Haman.
Glory to Lady Haman.
That's still
Yeah.
there, I think.
Still there, yeah.
That was one of the originals, which was weird, right? Because it was there like from the beginning of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw that, I'm like, wait a minute, that's like Zeta era, double Zeta era. Like,
Mhm.
what? It's like, why that quote? Like all the other quotes, I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. But like,
That feels like it was a
read the
death
Lady
thing.
Haman?
Hamon's relevant through Stardust Memory.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she is.
She had a cameo.
Yeah.
Relevant
For like
character.
2 seconds,
Relevant,
looking out,
yeah.
looking out a window,
Power role she was.
brooding.
Just an old thought we had too was I remember when we were talking about like, yeah, they're not gonna go past double Zeta.
Oh
And
god,
then here
yeah.
we are, unicorns. Like, oh,
Right?
Back when
Double
Zeta
Zeta,
Arrow, we
man.
thought was actually
Double
gonna
Zeta's
be
not
like
even
the
gonna
top,
happen.
the peak.
Yeah, double
Like-
Zeta's probably never gonna happen, guys.
it's like we were like I remember like hearing like the devs going like, oh yeah,
It's a good
we'll
lesson.
maybe go to Zeta. Like we'll maybe go to Zeta. We don't know. We just want to bring like a lot of the other suits back in.
Well, it's like when they did the every year we've had them do that developer thing too.
Yeah.
They didn't do it this year, so we got a little bit of talk for Unicorn. But what we learned about that update came through another TV spot. They didn't actually have their own broadcast because they had that, and then they had the Gundam lineup thing, where they were trying to talk about the DLC for SD Gundam. Battle Operation 2 got like a reminder that it exists, and you know they were talking about UC Engage yada yada because that was going to be coming out on top of Eternal. But we don't really have any sort of roadmap now, so I don't know what's going to be
Didn't
going on
that
for
get,
holidays, or if we're actually going to get an announcement or maybe a newsletter later for the
Didn't that kinda
future
get
of the
lumped
series.
into the tournament that they did? Because that's when they announced the Halloween stuff.
That's the only thing they have announced though,
Yeah,
and then we just got that translated later on.
Mhm.
I am curious, and one thing I did want to get before we start wrapping up here is your guys' take on how much longer do you think GBO2 has?
I would.
Because kind of what Gustav said, I'm actually thinking now, if they're slowing down on their like presentations and stuff,
Yeah.
especially after a team change and a few things like that, like, is this just a fancy way of saying they're on the
On the way up.
skeleton crew that's holding the game together kind of thing?
So here's the weird thing though, is that like we were talking about earlier, all this other stuff that was supposed to be the new wave of shit
Mhm.
is done already. Like I don't know if we're gonna get more Battle Alliance. The only other thing that's probably gonna keep getting more support, especially because it's a fucking mobile gacha game, so Japan's gonna eat it up regardless of if we do, is gonna be G Generation Eternal.
Yeah.
They're still going on UC Engage, and they had keys into 2 and stuff, but all that's internalized. In terms of the Western presence, we don't know if we're getting more Battle Alliance. We don't know if we're gonna get another G-Gen anytime soon outside of the mobile one, since it is gonna have an international release.
Mhm.
If Evo dies, then-
Evo is pretty much on the way out, unless they really do try to string it along until season 3, depending. But it's not it's a free-to-play game. It's not like they had to try to honor people's purchases or some shit, and all their gacha games don't do that anyway, so we'll just have to see what happens with that, because right now this is the only consistent one that we have.
Right.
So it would be a shame to lose it, but at the same time, it was already surprising that we're on a year 4. I didn't think this game was going to go this long. I don't know if they even thought it was going to go this long, considering the way that they've been doing the development and the fact that the PC test flopped, which is a whole other can of worms in and of itself.
Oh gosh, yeah.
And that's also my kind of concern. Like, if it does, is it just going to be like, a year or so they may try to catch up, or then they're just like, if it flops on the PC as well, is that just it?
It really feels like I know other games that have done that and that do have a big gap of content. Like even Champions of the Continent is nowhere near where the JP version is right now. Like they had Triangle Strategy releases and all this other stuff, but they're blowing through a lot of that really fast. I don't know if it's really going to be worth it for them to have that kind of gap at this point. Because even though there are going to be new people, there's a lot of other people who are going to be jumping onto that who have already been in it.
And with
You
the
know.
pushback, I mean, they may have to move up,
Especially with the
their
crossplay
release period, too.
not being there. Like there was a lot of other issues with what they were talking about with that outside of just the network test itself. So I feel like they had to be a bit more catering at this point if they're really going to try to keep some goodwill. with that going on. Base games, whatever. Anyone can give a shit. They're still gonna keep playing it until it goes away. But like, that would be their way to extend things. I just don't know if that's gonna be enough.
Yeah. I can't go into any details, but I will say I don't think we have much to worry about in the near future as far as like the game fizzling out.
Yeah.
Yeah. In all honesty, I would say, in a realistic perspective, just for how the game is going in terms of the player base and how active the game is currently.
The level of whalage and the fact that it still has like...
Yeah. In all honesty, I can see this game lasting another 2 years.
Yeah, foot strike and
Foot
Aoshi are paying for like BB Studio
They still need to give Aoshi his
bonus
tour of
practice.
BB Studios at this point.
I know.
They already gave it the
I'll fly
midfoot.
Aoshi out.
Or Maniac too. Like, you had everything. Up
Oh yeah,
until-
I had everything up until I got really busy. What was it?
Midfoot is like your average
like, I
JP
think it
gacha
was, like-
player though, where they have like a bunch of credit lines though, and they have to like run to the store to recharge their shit. So like, I don't know if it's quite on the same scale.
Gosh, what was it? I had everything up until we started getting like unicorn things. Because then that's kind of where I started really started not really doing anything because I got really busy with work. So that in terms of owning everything, I kind of fell off of that for a while. So, but I mean, for most of my time, I mean, for the last 3 years, I had pretty much everything. Maybe one or two things that were probably clan related, and that was it. I had everything. My bank account would probably say otherwise to me.
So real quick, any other kind of blast from the past that we can think of? Any other random things?
Well, Give Heavy is at least good now, so.
So, I guess the idea when we started getting, when the devs started, talking about possible flight units, and then we started getting, the flight types, that was a game changer.
Oh yeah, that was pretty big.
Just for them to nerf it into the ground.
Right.
And then bring it back
They're
as a bunga mechanic, essentially.
They're like, yes, we're gonna do flight in the game, and everybody's like, yeah! And then it's by the way, the flight system's gonna have a really high stun resistance, and everybody's like,
Oh no.
what? What?
And then it's gonna have negative stun resistance.
And be virtually shit. Oh, okay.
It's like,
They're figuring
how
it out,
far-
guys. It'll be
and
fine.
then and then all the campers and Ifrits are just looking at their shotguns, going how far does this thing go again?
They found out very
And everybody
quickly.
can confirm across the map, so it's no big deal.
Which is funny because, I think that even further solidified the no fun gun. It's new mechanic? Nah, fuck that. You guys are on anti-air duty now.
I think the only thing that would be able to take them out of the air at the time was if you were a Hidalfer and you were lucky enough to get that heavy stagger off on them. Yeah. If you were
Zudas
even
would be
lucky
out,
enough.
hot
Yeah,
habits
Zudas
too.
would be running around. Yeah. I think at the time people figured out that they needed Zudas on the field when the flight type started. Because normal Zuda starts out at 250, so I mean you would have 2 levels worth of Zudas, 350 to 400, because that was the test type, 350, 400, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 300, 350, and then either way, something like that. Close
Yeah.
enough. Did we have the Zuda F?
We had the Zuda F before that.
Mhm.
Yeah. We had the Zuda F.
Yeah,
way before
anti-ship rifles are definitely on the hunt. Anything with heavy stagger or just big cumulative.
Mhm.
But yeah, anything else? Any other blast from the past that we can think of last minute?
No.
Okay.
Battle
Well-
operation next.
Okay.
They got some thank you much for playing tokens. That's gonna be the next battle op game.
Oh No. Next to. But yeah, the real quick though. Currently, I did say I think we were gonna mention it at least, so we'll mention it. The new support is paying the support tax. It's paying the 2-star tax as well.
Yeah.
Man, the thing has no health at all. Even though it has a good shooting kit, it has way less health than the suit 50 cost above. That it's essentially the same thing.
Yeah, I was looking at it the other day. It's like, jeez.
I was looking at the just the base stats, not even looking at the skills, right? Just looking at the stats, I was thinking like they were kidding. Like,
Yeah, no,
I was looking at that. I'm like,
say the shield.
what?
It feels like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when they would be like, oh, well, it has a shield, so it should have, like, double or triple the health lower than what the shield has, right? Yeah, yeah.
Well, and then all the defense stats are a joke. Like, compared to, like, even the Sniper 2.
Yeah.
Like, the Sniper 2 has better defense stats. And offensive stats.
But it has a shield.
But it has 2 stun combo thing that you can also keep going for, like, 3-4 hits, maybe, if you do the animation camp or whatever.
And then, like, all of a sudden you look behind yourself and go, oh, that's an E-Freak knot.
Murders the 10. But yeah, so there's that.
The interesting thing is that people like the kit enough to deal with the rest of it. So you either do some output or you do bulk, and then you just try to keep your spacing up and just lay in on people, because it's been consistent at its base cost range in terms of people trying to run it and stuff, to the point where it's like a really common support right now, even without the like honeymoon period and stuff, which really wasn't much of one. They were just like, well, time to make this thing work, I guess. Like, the attitude towards the suit outside of it, people talking about how shit it is on paper has just been like, well, it's shit, time to use it. Like, okay.
I mean, it doesn't need much, and it'll be an awesome suit. Like, it really just needs maybe like a 2,000 health buff, and I'd say it'd be fine where it's at, because its kit is really good. But the thing is, you got to position like a god to even, because literally, if any raid, normally a raid can sometimes one combo, maybe you have 2 health if you're lucky, but this you don't even have to one combo. You're just like in the GOG. I'm like neutral side. Okay, next.
Where to go?
Like.
Maybe that's what it is. It just makes everyone go quarter chub, because technically they can say it's a skill issue suit, bro, and then they just try to run it until it just like weeds out everything else.
One thing that I looked at it, and when I was looking at it, one thing I was kind of like reminded of is, but within the same cost, we have the Shimoda custom.
Yeah. And it's funny because the barrage is actually coming out more too.
Yeah, I can one combo with a barrage. Like, if I hit the thing and stun it, I'm like, your legs are gone. Now you're not gonna walk. See ya. And I'll just leave it. If it's in the middle of nowhere, I just like blast, destroy its legs, move on, and let the raid come by sometime and get you out. I'm moving on. I need to go kill some generals.
The support line at 400 is so fucking weird, because of course you got eyeballs running around. Every once in a while, you'll see someone try to bring out like the assault gun tank, or I think Hidalfer's at this cost too, or is it one up?
Yeah, assault gun tank and Hidalfer are the 400s. Yeah,
the gun tank just got buffed. Let's go.
Ever since they also changed stuff for the sniper type, you have really high cost ones trying to run around and melt people's legs. Of course, like we were saying, the Shimoda's there too. Like, it's a really weird mix at this cost. So it's kind of just it's quite literally mid. It's just in the middle of all that stuff in terms of like everything that it can do with its kit mixed in there.
So I know it's kind of
which I think is just like a really bizarre like comfort suit for people, because technically on paper, even if the stats are ass, like the weapons are like, well, I have a little bit of everything. Hopefully I can make it work. It's like the next I don't know. Isaac's still the usual I don't know suit. Like, if you don't know what you're actually gonna do as a support, but you still want one, or if you're just, some meme level like I'm gonna commit my life to this suit, then just like, oh, there it is. Meanwhile, the poor Juagu. Juagu is like a rare Pokemon at this point.
Gosh, how long didn't they buff the normal Sniper 2 at one point?
Yeah.
Like last patch or something like
Probably.
that.
Yeah, they did.
What did
It's
they
been a while, I
do?
think.
What did they do exactly?
I'd have to ask JP Wiki.
For real though, I think it's been like more than just the last patch. I think it's been like
It's been a hot minute.
half a year ago last patch. Kind of.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, I
okay.
still have the page for the Sniper 2 up. Hold on, I'll pull it up.
Because I was curious on like if they ended up, because I don't remember if they did or not, but I was curious if they ended up giving it new skills or
I think it was just damage. I think there was a lot of damage numbers and some health.
I forget if they
Okay.
touched on the range for it at all, but that rifle reaches from downtown anyway.
Yeah. Like that was the big thing was
Yeah.
the rifle. I
the
remember the rifle.
the sniper rifle is fine in terms of range because it still has good range. But I mean, like, as the suit itself, I mean-
The most recent change was last month. Beam gun
Oh, there was.
power. Yeah, beam gun power went up
Oh, they wanted
across
to
all
do the beam.
levels. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's the
I wasn't
custom,
looking
I
at the
would
year. That was 2020. Hold on a second. Oh, here we go. Sorry, the last change was back in May at the end of the month. No, that was fucking 2021. They have not buffed it recently.
No, it's been a minute.
So I was saying it was like at least a half a year or longer.
Yeah, it's been a while.
okay.
But yeah, they did try to help it a bit.
It's more so just like we have more extreme range maps, so it just started to become more
Mhm.
common. Like remember when Supply Depot first dropped, and people were just
Right.
mountain goating up the side of those cliffs, and were
Yeah.
just like putting themselves out in the open right in that spot. And so it's like, oh, I think it's like 700 or some ridiculous range in a rifle. I might as well just try to tag people, and then people just started using it more after that.
Or even the military base with the corner snipers that
Mhm.
thank goodness have kind of stopped showing up. But there was so many people trying to do that early on.
Are you
Right.
talking about that one spot by like the base on the one side where
Yeah.
it's like hop on the mountain? I love
Yeah.
when people are up there. It's like, what? Ooh, this guy's like endo spot. I'm just gonna stagger stun him
Right.
with my OP long
But
range.
it's with these
build-up.
level 4 cold districts.
Uh-oh.
You know,
Oh, boy.
a game mechanic or thing I missed, just to add one last one. What is it called? Military or what's the water map of the boats? That one in mountain.
Water maps.
Dude, I love the mountain map. Oh,
I don't get to
Mountain
play them
map.
anymore.
Yeah.
I
Really
played the
cool
shit out
thing.
of mountain.
they used to change maps around like
Every once in a while
Yeah.
we
I
get
don't like this
mountain
map.
still, but not anymore.
Let's move it.
Mm-hmm.
Like mountain got like what 3 iterations of what it is today before you got
Yeah.
the like
Something
side
like
area
that.
and
Yeah.
stuff. Like
Yeah.
Back when
I
they
love that
actually
they would
did
change
terrain
maps.
changes, it's been a minute
Yeah.
since then.
Yeah.
Some of them
They
were
did the
mountain
tropical
was
desert,
different,
too.
and then Arctic and City, I think got some just because of suit size and clipping.
Mhm.
Well, the thing was is that Mountain, if I'm not mistaken, was like the first map of GBO2, if not one of the first maps.
Yeah, it was a throwback.
And-
for sure.
And that's why they were trying to that's why they were always changing it, was to make sure that, it's, they're trying to make sure that people liked it because, it was one of the first maps of the games. And they were just kind of like, here, it's our baby, please take care of it, kind of deal. But like everybody was like, we don't like this map. Or the people who did like the map were just like, can you change it?
Yeah, mountain's a lot of fun. I loved getting the spots with like the pixie where you could
Yes.
boost up walls and stuff.
Yes.
You catch those supports off guard. They think they're
I-
cool on top of their thing. You just like literally side dash up a wall.
That ended up translating
I-
to Arctic now. Now you have that.
And then I remember when Nightseeker V first dropped, and they still had Mountain in rotation for a bit. Yeah, Nightseeker V on Mountain was very, very, very good. It was fun.
Also, by the way, Emblem, I know there was a time and a moment in the game where we finally were like, what is Wince and why does it suddenly exist and it's the bane of my
For
existence?
real.
I hate it,
Yes.
and I can
Good
never
old
dodge
flinch.
roll, and I can never fire my weapon, and I can...
Yeah.
No, you just
Like,
gotta
why-
wake up
I
more
know
and
it's
mash,
always
bro.
been-
Tutorial.
Well, I got the answer because it was on like the spray gun and a few weapons, and somebody somebody finally like just was like, well, here's why, because a lot of that disappeared like around the Mark II. It doesn't have anything that winces. Like there's just a lot of suits that was just like no wince, and then like for instance the Cubile, those beams do. So like that's one reason why I kind of came back around the Cubile era, because it was like, here's missiles, here's this, all of this winces. This is why, and like I was like, I guess that does make sense, because the meta just had suits that just either had a bazooka, had Vulcans that and none of those would wince, and didn't really have missile spam that would wince. And some of them, not all. I'm pretty sure not all missiles actually wince either. So some just do damage. Or stun.
And after a while, once MG stuff started getting pushed out, you didn't even have like a big cumulative for that either. So
yeah. So it does make sense, but it just seemed to come out of left field. Like, hey, this mechanic's a thing, but it's
making
like,
it relevant now.
Yeah. We were like, wait, did it just not work before? I remember us speculating like it had to be bugged.
Right.
it's such a common thing in other games, right? That you just kind of assume that that's the possibility.
Yeah, they should just take it out. I still think it's the stupidest mechanic in the game.
It really is annoying.
It'll be fine.
Ugh. But if I could have shot them, Gustav, I would have won.
If I could have dodge rolled, Gustav, I could have survived.
I mean, you'll get the dodge roll unless you have force injection, in which you'll just boost around like a dickhead. But it'll be fine.
Or when you try to dodge roll, but your injectors kick in. Like no one roll.
General, I'm just like boost. Stop! I'm slamming X as fast as I can. Just do it.
And now you're out of boost.
Suit, don't let your dreams be dreams.
Either out of boost or your legs get strained.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a mechanic that I got reminded of. But anyway, if we don't think of any other last second things,
here's one last second thing. Sorry,
Oh,
I miss quick boost and leg shock absorbers.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
Favorite
Stop
that was
it.
my favorite buff cycle.
Old
This
school
thing's
GBO2
underperforming.
buffs.
Let's give it a higher level of quick boost and leg shock absorber.
Surely vertical speed is what it needs. Let's go. It just needs to be able to jump faster.
Job, guys. Another good day of saving GBO2.
What's that? The E3 custom can't jump up onto that ledge fast enough? Here's a new skill!
Yeah.
Assault boost is interesting.
MS losses and damage dealt seems to be a little bit under the average.
No, I almost forgot, but my favorite one was the Goof when they did the changes to the downswing.
oh yeah,
And they're like, oh, well, actually, we're not going to do anything with that because you guys, it's your fault. You're just bad. And they had to address it in the changes.
White dingo, though.
yeah. We looked at the like A+ players only, and yeah, they were doing fine. And I can't remember if S- was up. Like A+ and up, at a certain point, it just works. So
Be good, please.
get good, because yeah, don't just downswing. You've got a heat sword, for goodness sake. Don't just downswing.
Set up
the
first,
whip.
my God.
But yeah, let's see. Okay, so any other last second things? Okay.
It's about Robotech.
Well, one. Oh, no.
Robotech,
Sonic,
no.
yeah, Sonic.
No.
Persona 5. But anyway, so real quick, last thing, and then we'll go ahead and do some shout outs. What do we each kind of expect, want to see, or some kind of thing? And honestly, right now, my short term, I don't really have a long term thing, honestly. Just as far as it goes, I just want to see a 4-star support, because we're at like 5 4-star, is it 5 4-star raids and 6 or 7 4-star generals or something, and we got 2 4-star supports.
Yeah.
I made a meme back in the day saying this has to stop using that. You know,
It's time to
and then-
stop.
it's time to stop. You
Oh
know,
my
showing
God.
it, and there was like a counter, ding 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 ding, and there was like 3 supports to like the 10 generals and like the 8 raids. Anyway,
This man's very passionate, as you can
it
see.
still hasn't stopped.
But Magnum, nobody even plays the current 4-star suit supports.
Yeah.
Why would you even bother making new ones?
Yeah. What? Why?
If
make the
anything,
Hangar
you know
Gundam
how
a 4-star
space
support?
only, used to be a curse for suits. Now it's support.
Yeah.
Well, it's always been support, but more so now than ever. That
Space
support
only.
has to
We'll
steep.
just use them on space days.
But yeah, oh, that was a change with the super and the.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, Super and
Yeah,
GTO 4.
04.
Yeah.
That was a cool thing.
That was
That's pretty recent, but that was really cool. Like I will say they do a lot of changes, so I definitely like that. They've definitely done some pretty good with their changes, and yeah. But yeah, as far as again, the rival system was one of my biggest complaints that I wanted to change for the longest time because, well, not to go back into that rant. I've ranted about it enough on here and on my stream.
3.5 hours.
Yeah. So that's mine. That's mine right now. A 4-star support that is god tier, please. That doesn't get immediately, like, 3 weeks later destroyed by a unicorn or a Sinanju or a.
That's probably the best thing about supports right now is that it's not that they get nerfed. It's not that they were ever too good. It's just the next suit just beats its ass open. Or just stuff that's already at its cost makes its life miserable.
All right. I'm calling it now. The full armor double Zeta Gundam is going to be a support, and it's going to act like a fucking raid.
That's awful.
I'm. That's what I'm.
Just
betting.
play fast, bro.
I mean, I would take
Honestly,
full
your
armor double
description
Zeta,
just makes me think
unicorn,
of
full
the
armor.
G-Line full custom.
Yeah. I mean, like, just
Only good. On a
Whoa! Whoa!
hey, it took a couple of buffs before that thing got good. Its
my
downswing
God.
did negative
Oh,
damage.
yeah. For sure.
And then finally they buffed it, and then it actually hit like a truck, and it was amazing. So yeah, on initial release, it was really bad, and I remember like Lotus being like, "Stop hovering that in front of me," and I'm like, "It sucks though." And then they finally buffed it. I'm like, "It's pretty good now," so I'm sorry, sorry I hovered it so long. But yeah.
If I'm gonna make a wish list, my big ones are I'd love to get the TR6. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Also the G Savior suit should be in the game.
Yeah.
But they have to use they can't use the game models, they have to use the movie ones.
No.
Oh dear.
You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny? Gundam Goku stopped by. I don't know if he's still here in my stream, but he literally said, "G Savior for GBO 2 when?"
I'm right there with them. I would love to get some G Savior suits in there.
And he's like, "It's UC 223. It's technically eligible." I'm like, what? At this point, we may as well have our miniature victory Gundams coming in.
Well, I was gonna say, because considering that we're not gonna get any F90 or victory because of the scaling issues, like we might as well just do other stuff past or around it that's like normal size.
Well, and if I'm not mistaken,
there is some regular size stuff in F90, but like they're antiques technically, or just older suits.
Well,
yeah, I know.
We'll just be getting whatever like Gunpla box Director Ota trips over.
Yeah.
Whoops.
But I mean, F91 can have after image like this.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. Hold
on.
Technical
there we go.
difficulties.
There we go.
Yeah. After images with mass. Bakana.
Hanto!
Okay, no.
So you just like spin your fucking sabers and just flies across the map.
Yeah, that's an easy heavy attack.
That's a heavy attack.
You just have to go what every time it happens.
Yeah, dude, I've been like expecting them to put the type whatever the tank is that was in F91.
Oh, the R44, yeah.
Or the R44
Yeah.
gun tank. Yeah.
I've been expecting them to put that in the game for a while.
Yeah.
Like it's an old suit. They
That-
wouldn't need to be an F91 to put it in. It's a
Do you
real
know?
relic.
Do you know what's so funny is that the R44 gun tank was retconned into being a successor to the Loto, even though realistically it probably would have been a precursor. Just for how it works.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, why? Why couldn't you just say, oh, it was built in like 91, but never was used until like we pulled it out of a fucking museum.
Oh my god.
Talk
But
about
yeah.
the walking war museum.
Gustav, what is your kind of wish list or things you would like to see?
I want them to try to get through as much AOZ as possible, just because there's a lot of really weird, ornate suits in there. And I'm not super sure how any of that shit's gonna work. Especially some of the Rezion era suits. Because some of them are legit just boxes that just fly around with vague silhouettes of like mobile suit parts in there. Not to mention, like, the next Stussy that we need is gonna be the Rick Diaz. And technically it should be able to transform, but it has kind of its own Wave Rider like part, almost like the original Rigazi. Like, because it's the shield that it folds up with. So I wonder how they would do that. I want to see how that goes down. Outside of that,
Zeta from the manga has a big ass Wave Rider thing. Would be cool too. Yeah.
outside of that, the bigger stuff is I want them to see narrative through. I feel like that would probably be like a holiday thing. They're starting to do some of the other variants in A suits, so like fuck
Yeah.
it.
I'm having a feeling that Fenix might be like a New Year's thing.
That's gotta be a boss fight.
I kind of agree
Or
too.
support.
It's gonna have like 3 attacks.
Support?
Like they would have to complete. It would have to be a
kills her
fucking
name or
no. Supports are ass. Stop doing that. Also, if they did, they would literally have to fill it out with other weapons. It would have to be essentially like a GBO2 OC.
Yeah, kind of like how they did the
Did it with the
So it's gonna
Zaku
be the
tank, yeah.
Stutz or
Yeah.
it's gonna be the Stutz or Phoenix. is
Oh
what
my
you-
god, Phoenix does see.
Let's go.
Why is that Phoenix shit out mines? I don't know. It's
What's
got a
this
servo
winch
arm
system
on
that
it,
it's
too.
got on it?
Yeah.
There's a random Zaku arm on it. Like, yeah, it's fine. Oh
And
god.
it's just like flapping flapping behind it too.
Yeah.
It has chain mines as a counter.
Honestly, like once we get to year 8 and we really start scraping the bottom of the barrel,
Oh, God.
I wouldn't mind getting some of the
That's the
suits from
stupid thing
Gundam's
about
one.
this, though, right? Is that like, as much as like, oh, it's crazy that it's been this long, but like, Universal Century is fucking massive. For as many people that keep bitching that they want more AU shit, like, first of all, outside of any kind of popularity, that's not really what they bank on for a lot of their stuff.
Yeah.
It's only been recently that they've been going harder on that in terms of actual like updated kits and stuff like that. Universal Century, because it has all these mechanic books and all this other bullshit and like older series that kind of just never happened but still have like lore behind them, is just the easier thing to pull from.
And if I'm not mistaken, like the whole term of like MSV stuff started like right after like the Gundam movies dropped too.
Oh yeah.
So like
It was dog aggro.
so so from there on, like they kept pushing like new like MSV stuff.
Yeah. So
during that entire
functionally,
time.
we have a bunch of shit that we can still go through. Whether or not
We
we
still-
will, or if they're gonna get tired of the engine and just do another iteration at some point, who the fuck knows?
Right.
Especially
Well, we s-
because like Next is such a redheaded stepchild too, so that would be their only chance of really bringing
Yeah.
AU unless they merge them somehow.
Gosh, that sounds terrifying. Well, and then one other thing in terms of like suits and stuff being brought into GBO2, we still haven't finished any of the missing mobile suit variations. We still haven't finished any of Zeta MSV, and we still have plenty of Char's counterattack MSV to do, which is weird we still have like 3 whole MSV categories that we still haven't like finished.
Are they all
there's-
pretty? Are they all pretty much just kit bashes like some of the more recent shit we've been getting? Or are they only
some of them,
slightly different? Because that's the other thing
but
too.
like some of them are. But then like if you look at Zeta MSV, there's a lot of.
We still need the fucking mass
Unique
production
things.
versions of Zeta and Double Zeta.
Well, yeah, and that's another thing, right? We still don't have the mass production Zeta or Double Zeta.
We need the Mark
Which-
IV. I know that's a G-Gen thing, but I still
Yeah.
want it.
I mean, they honestly they could.
That should have been one
Delta's
of
in
the
the
things that
game. Let's
introduced
go.
Yeah,
Incoms.
Delta Gundam's
Yeah.
in the game, so I mean,
Delta Gundam was also a really easy like hype thing though, because it also has like tie-ins with other stuff, so I can see that.
right?
Rest in peace,
Part
Mark
of-
V.
Oh gosh,
Poor
yeah.
bastard.
there was another thing that I wanted to see them change, but I can't remember now, or take
Oh,
out.
yeah.
But
Sentinel, more Sentinel suits would be good too. Check
Oh,
Yes,
Yes.
more
or
Sentinel.
Superior
yeah.
Gundam.
Yes.
Yeah, we need the different variants there.
Yeah.
right.
Well, and then wasn't there like a red XS as well? There was a blue one, and then there was like a red one.
I think so, yeah.
Deep Striker is the only thing like
Yeah.
but I don't think
Yeah.
They had like a big ass rifle that came from like downtown or some bullshit.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if they did the express line?
put the
The
Solomon
huge
Express in,
boosters and shit.
Yes.
Holy shit.
I want the Solomon
Oh my
Express.
God.
We got
But,
nuclear
like,
warheads and
Some of the
everything.
shit in AOZ is like that level when it comes to some of their
yeah.
fuselage and stuff.
yeah.
So like, it wouldn't be that far off. And I still want to know how much of that's really gonna come to the game just because of form factor.
Yeah.
Because if
Oh
they
my
can
God,
do
what-
that, I don't want to hear shit. That a
What-
goddamn thing when it comes to it's too small. Shut up. Shrink the pilot. I don't give a fuck.
I found it funny, like, when I learned about the Solomon Express G3, like, I was like, yeah, let's get this thing in. And then I started looking at its armaments, and it's like, nuclear warhead. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. War crimes.
Nuclear warhead. You
Ooh.
mean beam bazooka?
Yeah.
Right?
Beam
Beam
bazooka,
bazooka.
yeah.
Nuclear
Or,
beam.
It could just be like playing on Beyond. You know, I'll just play the GPO. Do shenanigans.
That's one thing that we don't really have yet is like the big blooming explosions outside of like cluster bombs that stay.
Right.
I mean, I think we've learned from the rocket exploding.
What are the scale?
May not be a good idea.
What's the scale of suits in Crossbone? Are they like F91
It's
size?
F91 size.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that might
because
not be on the table
because
then.
Because Crossbone Gundam is literally
Post.
codenamed. No, it's literally codenamed F92.
Yeah,
or
no, I was
F93.
gonna say is post the movie and all that shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I will say one thing I would like to see for clan ranked, at least. By the way, one
Mhm.
feature
Mhm.
is a draft mode for clan ranked. I think that'd be cool
Yeah.
because that would make more sense than just doing the rated mode because then you don't have to have as many suits or whatever.
They could
Yeah.
introduce something like that during that tournament. They made it to where you couldn't run dupes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty much what I was
Yeah.
like kind of getting at, and they could either do that and just, I mean, and the rated would be kind of cool because if there's certain suits that are picked, I would definitely run a certain thing. If I get down to like,
Mhm.
if I'm last pick and the enemy team has like nothing that has a shotgun and it's around a GOG cost or a heat rod of any sort, I'm playing GOG. Like I'm easy
Yeah.
win, even more easier than usual in that case.
I still kind of
So,
want them to try. I know they probably won't, but considering that they were willing to put forth this effort for making an esports page for Evolution, I kind of want them to bring some sort of form of tournament meister over here too.
Yeah.
They did that community tournament not too long ago.
Yeah.
You know, they may be doing stuff like that for GBO too, if anybody's running
Mhm.
any.
So
They definitely have the spectator mode for it, which is really cool.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what they were using too, which is pretty neat. Finally to see that in action.
Quick though, any other specific big things that we have? Otherwise, we could go ahead and do some shout outs. I know it's went a little bit longer than planned.
Yeah.
Just a wee bit.
I can't think of really anything too much personally.
Are we
Just rambling.
too far out to think about what would be coming up in the next month, or no?
No, it's gonna be narrative.
Yeah.
Well,
Just
I don't
to say
think-
narrative for Christmas.
like
narrative.
at this point, we may as well just say narrative stuff, right?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
maybe end of month, going into like the first week of December, we'll probably end up getting another newsletter. I would assume.
Right.
Yeah,
I'd
I
say at
think
the end of
so,
this
too.
month, like,
Yeah.
would be the only questionable one. Like, would it be something
Give
from
us another
narrative, or is it gonna
4-star.
be? I mean, yeah, I'm guessing my 10 one is we're getting a 4-star, and it's gonna be hopefully a support,
No.
because I don't see narrative hitting at Chris. I don't see anything else but narrative hitting at Christmas, and it's definitely gonna be like a general. Release.
Suddenly it's like high new or some shit. Like what? Okay.
I still don't know what we have I knew yet.
Well, high
Well,
new wouldn't
I-
be past unicorn.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of
If anything, unicorn might
even-
end up kicking high new's ass too. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean it's just
Even-
what they're afraid to do, so that makes sense.
even though like the High New Gundam is technically just a variant of the New Gundam, a lot of media depicts it as an upgrade
Mhm.
Mhm.
and stronger than the normal New
Because it was
Gundam.
supposed to be the fully realized one. Because the one they rolled out
Right.
was still in production, and they're like, "Well, can't
Right.
wait for that. Fuck off, I'm taking it now.
I gotta
So-
fight Charm.
I gotta beat
So-
their ass."
So because they considered, Sazabi and New Gundam being 700,
Mhm.
by that logic,
By that logic,
would
there's no
then-
reason to have 750.
right. And the High New Gundam technically should be 750. Hell, I would argue that the Banshee and Unicorn should have been 750.
Hmm.
I think 700 is perfectly fleshed out with 2 mobile suits. We should go ahead and go. To
Yeah, let's go
750.
further beyond.
Yeah, let's go ahead and move on.
You know what though?
Yeah, that's what
I
I
wouldn't be
don't want.
surprised because they've done that in the past,
Oh, right.
and at the same time, it would also redirect the ire from 700 to 750 and give them time to stall and like build it up with other shit.
Well, okay, so guys,
That would be
let's-
dumb,
let
but
me-
it's
let me
not
just
out of
try
the realm of
this, okay?
possibility.
So
Right.
750 cost. Opening banner has the Zommel, G3 Gundam, all 750s. Grandpa
Yeah,
Gundam.
and they'll have a special
And-
banner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then for anniversary, they do the, like, at the end of the anniversary, they put one level to all 4 stars and give you a 7-step banner at the last one that is guaranteed one of the level 2s.
Aren't
of the
you
old 4
excited?
stars.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I want a 750 Unicorn and Banshee.
This 4-star pool will be diluted by another, like, 15 or 20 by then.
God, the
Yeah.
RT and DP shops are already so
Uh.
behind too. For as much as we talk about this and speculation and stuff, and as much as we dunk on this, there's still plenty more we could get into, but we should probably wrap it
Yeah.
up for today.
Yeah, please don't listen, and please don't take this idea if you are actually listening.
Don't take it to heart.
Please don't.
Don't
So
take
please
that
listen.
idea. That was me. Being
That
like,
was jokes,
please
bro.
don't.
That was pranks.
Sarcasm. It's just a prank, bro. Please.
Put an asterisk up in the air. Like, ow.
50, please.
Hire these
Please
people.
don't.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. Make them production lead. What the fuck?
You're right. It is
Not
time to move.
900 cost? What?
True geniuses of the craft. It's like they were developing gacha games their whole lives.
Oh, please. If I had any say in this,
Winning
Studio
strategy.
2 would have more booba. Let's be real.
I mean, they really should have more Booba at this point. They literally made a Booba character and then just like left her rotting in the top of that fucking building.
Yep. Damn mecha fans.
Leona's over here trying to pop her chest and it's like, what's there? You good?
Your full armor kit is not very good, Dahlia. Where are the guns? Does it even reduce damage? Where are the specs?
I
Where are
like
the
how
specs on
Katarina
those
is a
boots?
non-factor just because like, just give me my fucking crates, you
Take my money.
goofy bitch. God damn it.
Where's my buffers?
Where's my weapon shop? I need to expand it.
Yep, there's my Mountain of Sabers. I need to make a Christmas tree this year.
But anyway, so yeah, guys, really, really awesome. A little bit longer than we expected, but anyway. But yeah, let's go ahead and do some shout outs. So we'll go ahead and start with Maniac. Maniac, let everybody know what you got going on, what you got coming up, where they can find you.
Well, I'm Gundam Maniac. I stream on the Twitch. And I've been trying to get some YouTube videos out. Well,
YouTube.
that's gonna take a while.
Do you know the way?
Just do raw uploads. That's a
Right.
good easy start. Just get in.
Right.
Barf them out.
Anyway, in terms of streaming and stuff like that, twitch.tv/Gundam Maniac. Woo.
Some of the top GBO2 videos don't even have fucking commentary. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Streaming GBO2 and Yakuza Kiwami at the moment when I have time to stream. So currently I'm a little busy, so my streams are gonna be kind of hit or miss just because of work. But this upcoming week I'm definitely going to be possibly busy. I'm not entirely sure. But I will definitely try and get to streaming as much as I can. So, anything. Yeah. I don't know what else to say on that. Yeah. I exist on the internet. There we go. I exist on the internet.
I will say another blast from the past as far as the podcast goes. I remember back in the day of the self-promo Maniac professional self-shielding there going on. Well done. But yeah, Gustav.
Yeah.
Well, we're out here still. Well, I'm actually in the middle of a match too, but we're doing some GVO2 every day for 4 years. My god. Currently, though, other games that we're doing are Sonic Frontiers actually got gifted to me. Thank you very much. As well as us doing Cyberpunk 2077. It's pretty modded just because there's been a lot of really good stuff that's been coming out during its resuscitation, more or less. So it's been cool to enjoy that. We finally did Master of All and finished that in Champions of the Continent, so we can move on to like the cups and some of the bestower stuff. Hanet's Master Zanta actually just dropped, and there's a couple other things I want to get into that eventually, but right now we're in a point of too many games. It's like one of the first few times we've actually been juggling like several things just because there's a lot of shit coming out, and there's still more shit that's gonna be on the way. Of course, most of it not being Gundam right now, but you know what? It's okay, because we're gonna be doing Eternal when it comes out, right? Surely. It'll be fine. Besides that, just trying to keep up with videos, also because Twitter's a interesting shit show at the moment. Been trying to interact on there more, but also unironically trying to get my Tumblr back up and running, just because I want to do some more social media shit. They also have been giving out community tabs to people like it's going out of style on YouTube, so I'm also trying to slap posts on there on occasion. So if there's a social media platform in terms of the general ones, I'm probably on it in some aspect or other. In fact, I gotta probably update my link tree at this point. But we'll be doing dailies every day. We'll probably be shuffling through Frontiers, probably prioritizing that first just because it's newer and I think it's gonna be easier to beat than just going through Cyberpunk, because Cyberpunk, I'm very easily distracted. There's too much random, like, ooh, what's this? Ooh, what's this? It's like Yakuza all over again. So, we'll see about how much we get through that. Also trying to do some fundraising for hardware and just, trying to be as much of a hermit as possible over the winter because it's colder than the motherfucker out here. Like, we actually just had a really hard temperature drop over here and the snow is already starting to get busted out, so we'll see how that all goes.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I was here the other day here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if it hits me, then you're next, but so.
Yeah, pretty much.
As far as my stuff goes, as of the recording of this, got about a week left of content making, so we'll be doing that. Gustav mentioned the YouTube thing. I was joking with chat the other day, saying like YouTube gave me a post-mortem like YouTube link, so now it's actually youtube.com.
Hold the tag, yeah.
Yeah. So that's a thing now. But besides that, the rest of this week is going to be dedicated to Gaming Coup. So if you like anime, Ohio waifus, or VTuber stuff.
Oh, it's gonna be Anime Who's graduation. Oh no! We should probably drum it up like that.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my god! I didn't even think about that.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, so we'll have Gaming Coup in the studio for
New strategy, boys. We need to make another board.
Yep.
All right,
The
let me
recap episode will be the day before Thanksgiving.
Actually, yeah,
That's about it, though.
Thanksgiving's gonna be a thing soon, my lord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we'll also try to do we're doing a group stream thing where we're gonna do probably some GBO2, but also whatever else we could. And also we forgot to do GBO2 during the
Yeah, I was literally just thinking.
Yeah, we sure did. I mean, I've been playing it this whole time, but
Yeah.
Oh well, there's always Tuesday next week.
I mean, we literally have a whole other event planned, and that was brought
Yeah,
up
yeah.
when I asked. I just wanted to make sure at the time.
Mhm.
Yeah. So we'll be doing that next week, pretty much same time, 9 p.m. Eastern, roughly. Whenever it gets back, well, some of us will probably already started trying to
random.
do something.
When do you think this video is going to be dropping?
Hopefully tomorrow.
Then give us some suggestions on what we should be doing for that event in terms of games outside of the usual GBO2 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Engagement.
The viewers.
Oh, I do so love my community.
Yeah, for real though. Give us some stuff that
I
is,
so count on you.
Yeah, because anything cheap or free though too would also be good mentions.
I mean, if it's gonna be super expensive, it's gonna be obvious the second we hear.
Hey,
what
I
the
already
title
own
is.
most of the Jackbox games, so we have that to fall on.
Mm.
There we go.
Yeah,
That's what Maniac was saying. Some
Yeah.
Jackbox stuff.
We
so.
can get Magnum back on camera duty.
But yeah. Anyway, so as usual though, well, first, Maniac, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, no
I'm here
problem.
for an episode like this too. I've been wanting to get you back on. I know what would technically have been our last anniversary kind of thing. I was talking to you, and then you were just crazy busy then.
Yeah, gosh, it was rough because I looked at my schedule for work and I'm like, no, it's like nope. Had me working a whole straight week. I'm like, yep, nope.
So yeah, thanks for coming
Yeah,
on.
yeah,
been
no
awesome.
problem.
Yeah,
Definitely a
thank you
blast
so
from the
much.
past.
Yeah,
But yeah, and as usual though, everybody's links and stuff will be down in the description below. Also, Emblem, since this is going to be the podcast one, I'll go ahead and say this. Good luck
Thank you.
and stuff. Wish you the best. And but yeah, as far as content that I got coming up, well, technically at this point because we went a little long, I just noticed that it is actually Thursday. There should be some Dark Tide things happening, so that's going to be fun because that technically comes out. I don't know if it comes out tomorrow at midnight or what, but so it might start then. But yeah, Dark Tide. If you pre-ordered it, you get to start playing on the 17th rather than like a week or two later when it.
Mhm.
Or does it actually drop in like December or something? Either way, I feel like it's a crazy early time. But yeah, so that's pretty cool. Other than that, No Man's Sky. Speaking of getting lost in things, Gustav, No Man's Sky is literally we're like, okay, we're questing, we're doing these quests. You got your quest caught up? Okay, we're both on the same quest. Hey, look, there's some sodium over here.
Oh Christ! Yeah. Oh, what's this digging over here? What's that? Let me. And did I remember to scan this?
There's
What's
a
right
new
next to
rock.
it? Yeah.
Oh, there's a new rock.
Well,
There's a house.
it's fucked up that you're suddenly on this kick when we were on the cusp of doing more Valheim stuff, and then they just didn't announce any more updates outside of one or two things.
Right?
But oh boy, No Man's Sky, and they constantly either give you periods to get it for free or discounted too. So
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So you're gonna be doing that the next couple of days though. There's 1 to 3 days left in Paragon. Gonna be doing that. Path of Exile has a new league starting soon, trademark, maybe at the end of this month or beginning of next month, I think. And I know I'm definitely probably forgetting something. Tarkov should be having a new wipe sometime next month. So hopefully that involves a new map, because that would be absolutely insane. So too many games currently, too many games to come, and always too many games. And plus I'm playing League of Legends again because I'm a video game masochist. So yeah, let's go.
No.
I'm bored.
And then of course always GBO2 stuff. Hopefully Evo survives because I've been having fun with that. And maybe some Battle Alliance.
Time to
soon,
start doing
trademark.
community days for Evo.
Yeah, right.
Community
Or,
squads.
And then Battle Alliance soon trademark, just to get caught up on all the levels, even though I've gotten like hard upgrades, because you don't actually have to do the new levels to get really anything that is decent. Unless, you know, you could get the DLC stuff and get better things though. Rip. But anyway. But yeah, guys, let us know in the comments down below any and all thoughts about this episode. Like, comment, subscribe. But anyway, guys, have a good one. Thanks for watching. Peace.
Later.
Later.
I count on you.
Yes, I count on you. Let's go. Okay, guys. Marker.
And a new
Okay.
Pokemon game comes out in a couple of days too.
Oh boy.
Oh my.
Oh,
There's been a
yeah.
lot of leaks and controversy going on with that game, so that's gonna be an interesting job.
I will say the one thing with the Sonic, I knew we were kind of tangenting already, so I was just like,
Christ.
let's not get too far into it. But it is like I like it's funny. It has like what a 95% like positive rating on Steam, but I hear so many people say it is like it's fun somehow, even though it looks like the most generic blah thing they've seen in a long time. So I mean, Gustav, you've been playing it, so like,
Yeah.
it's like, does that sound about right? Like another
Kind of, and yet at the same time, here's the problem though, is that I like open world stuff. There's a lot of people who have been acting like they hate it for years and yet find one game that does it to their liking and then they shut up for a while. And for a lot of those people, it just wasn't Sonic. But the interesting thing is that to me, they seem to have made the overworld stuff better than the actual levels themselves, because there's so many gameplay things, and much like in line with Sonic Adventure and all this other stuff, the system fights with itself about what it wants you to do and how you should be doing them in terms of the mechanics. So a lot of that actually is more forgivable and lends itself better to the open world stuff. So I've been actually enjoying that a lot. Not to mention some of the characterization's been nice, so overall I've been enjoying myself. And because I think it's probably not going to take that long to blow through, I don't think it's going to overstay its welcome unless I do like hardcore collectathon shit, which honestly, outside of just, you know, leveling here and there, I'm probably not gonna. It just kind of depends on what you're trying to get out of the game at this point. The other big question is whether or not it's actually going to have further support, and not even just in terms of patches, but other content, or if this is just it. Because I feel like for a lot of people, if this is just it, then it's probably gonna, you know, resurface some of that ire, depending.
Well, you know, putting Sonic in games just makes it better in general. It's like putting flames on your car.
It makes you go faster.
Yeah, just like
Yeah.
what was that delivery game that you were playing, Gustav? That's made by Kojima.
Oh, yeah, Death Stranding.
Yeah, just imagine if Death Stranding would be a better game if Sonic was the protagonist.
Well, the funny thing is that the director's cut for that game was pretty much just Sonic Edition. They gave you a bunch of other mobility things and like shit that makes you move faster throughout like the middle game, where you're literally just building and driving. And a lot of people were like, well, that's all it needed. It's fucking it's better than it was before, and if you already liked it, you're just like super hype about it. So
Gotta go fast, baby.
because I think like they even put in like racing mini games and shit in there with that.
That's funny.
So now for the $1 trillion question. Which one of us will be continuing to stream tonight?
I can.
Let's say you're probably like 4 hours off from the end time of your stream, right? Thing's got plenty of time under the belt.
Well, for me, today's been crazy. So
No, I hear you.
yeah, there's, and that's the other thing too. Like the past 3 weeks, other than recently when I, got back into having more free time with the leak and everything, and then my grandma and stuff and my grandparents having some scares. It's been I probably streamed in those 2 to 3 weeks was like 4 total streams, and most of those were the Wednesday night, and one wasn't even the Wednesday night. So yeah, it was pretty rough there for a little bit, but yeah, finally getting back in the groove. So yeah, after yesterday getting caught up on things, and then today with what happened today, I'm just kind of like, yeah, probably should responsible adult bedtime and not go play GBO2 dailies and then try to do Paragon.
Oh gosh.
Because I feel like I'm gonna be up till 7 a.m. again, like I was 2 nights ago when I streamed. Whoops.
There's a guy that I watched that was in GBO2 for a little bit called Kiruta Kev, who does that a lot. He'll flip-flop between like 4 different games, and most of them are like mobile games that he's just doing like dailies and shit for, and I'm like, damn, dude, marathon shit.
As far as the Paragon stuff, some of the people that are trying to race for like the top 5, because the top 5 are getting like $100 packages for when the game releases, kind of thing, for like the skins and characters and stuff. Essentially, like one guy, he went for I think 30 hours on the first day.
Damn.
Yesterday or today when I got up, something like that. Either way, somewhere around there. What happened was a friend of mine that I know, he actually went sneaky. He went 28 hours or something, I think it was. So yeah, it was crazy. There's been people just like pumping hours into that. I think it's a bit of nostalgia. People's been missing that kind of thing. I think also the name, but I think my favorite thing with it, honestly, though, has just been seeing people that I haven't seen in years just all showing up at the same time. Because there's been like, it was Overprime before, there's been Predecessor and Fault, and there was some people randomly showing up here and there. But now that it's actually got the Paragon name to it, I think everybody's just like, we're going back, baby. This is it.
We're going hard.
even though it's actually been changed to not have some of the things I liked about the original, so I'm kind of conflicted, but I'll take it, I guess. But yeah, too many games. Also, any of you getting Vermintide?
I saw a little bit of that.
Dark.
I haven't seen.
I think Alshi did one of the earlier things for that. He was talking about wanting to get people to squad and stuff, so we'll see.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to message him. 'Cause, yeah, I'm definitely going to be doing that. Either tomorrow night if it releases, or definitely on the day. Just like right after Banner, probably. I'll play like a game and hopefully not be like, oh, it's 5 a.m. Oops. But I will say though, by the way, daylight savings, Banner is at midnight.
Daylight savings can eat my ass because it gets dark too fast now.
Yeah, that's true. I do. But I do get to go to bed. Technically, not earlier, but it feels earlier.
Feels earlier. I get you. So funny thing, in terms of like work and stuff like that. When I'm at work and stuff like that, I'll mostly do like overnight stuff. And one year, I ended up working the time change night, and it was during winter. And it was I was doing an overnight cleaning, and I remember my manager saying, "Hey, just a friendly reminder, time change is going to happen, so keep an eye on that." So like I remember kind of like going through cleaning up the store and everything, and I just kind of remember, oh yeah, it's like 11. It was like 11:30 in the evening or something like that. The last time I checked the time, I look at my phone and I go,
Sortie application accepted. Please make your preparations.
"It's just now 1 o'clock." Like,
That's literally
what?
Time
What?
violation. No.
I literally was streaming and I was like, okay, we just played another game of League. I'm getting tired. It's only 1 o'clock? No way. That was literally the same. And then I think I rated you, Gustav, right after
Yeah,
that. I was
it's
just
like, what the hell happened? This daylight savings time shit.
daylight savings, I gotta catch my hour of sleep or I'm screwed. Going to bed.
Yep.
It was weird.
I ain't afraid of no sleep. I ain't afraid of no bed.
Who are you gonna call?
Oh my god.
All right, so it
man.
sounds like we are going to be
Yes.
dogpiling maniacs. So
Yep. So I'm gonna change a few things on my end and try and get myself properly set up for other things. So
right.
it'll be like a few seconds here.
Okay.
we'll ride or kick you shortly.
Perfect.
Speaking
Copy and
of, before I let you go, did you watch Futo Tante Maniac?
No.
Oh, that
No,
shit's
I have not.
awesome. I haven't even seen W, and that shit was awesome.
I need to watch that because I've seen images, but like I never sat down and watched it.
It's got anime
So-
booba.
Ooh.
If you were on the fence,
Oh my
Christ.
God.
That's the deciding factor now.
don't tell me
What?
anymore.
All right,
Look it
already
up right
hitting.
now.
Say
Oh,
no
God
more,
damn it.
bro.
Well,
All right, guys,
already
good stuff.
hitting-
See,
Yeah.
at the very least, we'll see you next week.
Yep, have a
Yep.
good one.
See you then, guys.
Yep.
Later.
Now I get to see if this stream's gonna break. Please switch properly. Ah. Okay, so we're still in for another match. Also get to turn the music up a little bit here. Yeah,
We're off to the
4 hours clean. Seems pretty par of the course. Probably shouldn't have taken that long, but it is what it is. Especially with there being 4 of us now.
battlefield is dead ahead. Sortie when ready.
It is really funny though, because like, outside of I think maybe 1 or 2 of our episodes, Downtime didn't really start until I moved, and it only really picked up more when we were during the pandemic, so like those run times weren't a big deal. Because he just had like a lot of time. And it's definitely not quite the case anymore. Like my schedule's still really fucked up. It's probably never gonna be normal, but like for those guys in terms of their schedules and stuff, it's very different. Oh, that might be a dingo.
The enemy's captured a
I don't know how to deal with that. What is this guy doing? He's still in there. He didn't go AFK. Oh, that's not my target. That thing behind it might have been though. Yeah. Kinda? Might be.
Looks like there's a camouflage enemy. Watch out.
No, that's the other one. That shit. Oh, well, I'm in trouble. Oh.
Too much. He's taking some serious damage. Oh no!
My god. Let me guess, they all posted up there or got killed already by most of the ranged.
Pick where and how you'll
No, they're just everywhere. What the fuck?
weaken.
Oh. Something went deep.
An ally has destroyed.
But it's weird because it didn't go after either support. They're both on mid. But they also capped it from under us because they all tried to sit up on the roof. So stupid. Dumb things. Nonsensical even. Oh dear. What is going on with you, my guy? What do you want? Go away. Oh, that's not even... Oh, okay. Well, you can take care of that, because I give up.
Destroyed an enemy.
That's my bad. Should've just let them alone.
This damage shouldn't affect you much.
Oh, I see him. Is he using his dick gun? He is. Eh. The audacity of this man. Also, I kind of thought that went a little bit further. Apparently not. Oh boy, I'm in trouble. Fucking please stop fighting in the back line. It can't be that urgent all the fucking time. Okay, well. That's awkward. I honestly thought I had more boosts than that too. Embarrassing. Shame upon the family name. Oh, and I gotta deal with this shitter too. Why? I am genuinely surprised I didn't hit him. You know what, I'll take that. Put me out of my misery, please. I'm tired of being fucking chased around by this other shitter to boot.
An ally has destroyed an enemy.
My thing is if there's several of them back here, surely whatever's crossing the line, they're able to scrap. Also, what's going on, Nation?
Good luck.
This is gonna be one of those things where like the podcast is over and people start to file in now.
An ally has destroyed an enemy mobile suit.
Let's see. That's that dingo. Is this my thing? No, some other shitter. I don't deal with you either. Oh. Hi. Oh, fuck me. I'm not here, dickhead. The amount of carry that has is so dumb still. That is not my target though. Where is this dude? There you are. Oh my god. I don't like that because the approach is too obvious, but like I just have to deal with it. Woo! The priority difference and the speed. I feel like a lot of the eccentricities, or not, or the details of the melee in this game are an accident. It literally just has to do with how priority and animations happen. I don't think they ever intended that shit. With how hardcore, like, rock, paper, scissors a lot of the rest of the game is. Uh-oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Are we eating frames? No. It's not letting me up.
An ally has destroyed an enemy.
We're not DCing here.
Demolition of enemy.
Confusion. That's not a good sign. If we suddenly disappear, then I guess we'll know, but like... I don't think we had anyone DC either. Oh. And it's still having me register stuff, like, none of that's gone away, so why is it not letting me out of my suit? Yeah, that makes no sense. No pilot for me. But why? It's gone on Evil One. No! Oh, I see you. What are you doing? Oh, I think no, he's still there. Okay. Is he still there? Yeah, he is. Okay. Do I really okay. Whatever you're doing. I don't know if it's just because of the recent latency, but like the delay on that feels a lot longer than I think it should, even for a commit stance, which is just strange. Also, they're getting away with shit like that way too often. Did you just stun yourself? Yes, you did. Yeah, Downtime was fun. Really had to try to keep it on the rails though. It was veering in a lot of instances. Oh boy. No, I don't want to get hit by it. It's like watching someone wind up on you for like a million years and not being able to do anything about it because you don't want to fucking get too close. Like, oh god. No. Kill that man.
We captured a beacon.
Funny thing is that I got some really decent matches in the beginning.
An ally has just
And then as the podcast went on, it just started to deteriorate, so I'm glad we were able to get this one. The free things! Oh, speaking of sniper, oh, and he wiped the board. We were just talking about that. Level boosted sniper 1. Oh, I got second.
Here are this battle's rewards.
But yeah, we went for 4 hours and we actually started a little bit earlier, so this is probably a good excuse as any to Yeah, apparently, I don't know why the hell they've been out in droves today. Shit's ridiculous. My god. There are a few matches, even on bigger maps, that were like that. I was just like, but why though? So we're in a position to do some 10 spins with the next suit on both accounts, so that's good. The discounts that came through because of the month and all that were nice. But that is going to be all she wrote for today. We did get the goose done, so I will be the goose tomorrow. I didn't really want to hazard trying to change it during the podcast just in case the capture fucked up or something else. Technology is a wonder, you know? Like, I'm surprised it didn't give me trouble even with this, so we'll be doing that. I think, like I was saying, we're probably going to try to stick to Frontiers for a little bit. We might do some more Cyberpunk over the weekend depending on when and how far we are in Sonic. Also, we do still have Splatoon 3 story to chunk at. I do want to do some more matches and stuff in there because that's been fun. But let us get our raid started. Maniac's gonna keep going. Apparently everyone's dogpiling over there, so we'll go say hi. Alright. So for both ends, thank everybody who's come through today. Strange to watch an English GBO2 survey, never saw before. Yeah, so there's a couple of us that do. Red Wolf Vion does stuff on occasion. There's a couple others that stream. Other people mostly just put videos. But if you look at the category, there is a category for GBO2. Like if you look under here where the game is and just click on that, you can check all that out, which has been neat. But yeah, the usual stuff. GS3 and GKN are our clans for Gundam Battle Operation 2. Both of them have roles in our Discord. And also are case sensitive as they're shown here. Discord's also our community hub if you want to hang out. Do a bunch of Gundam stuff in there and just talk about stuff. We'll be coming back tomorrow. We do dailies every day for GBO2, and hopefully when clan matches come around this weekend, we'll be able to nab the suit since it is top 100. On the Twitch end, we are going to be raiding into Gundam Maniac, who is doing some more GBO2, so go be nice to him. I do wonder if we're going to try to get him into more podcast stuff. We also have some other VODs, and the majority of them are also on Magnum's channel, who should be added in there for the description on the YouTube end. But overall, I hope to see you guys around more. And until then, have a good one, and I'll talk to you all next time. Yeah, we got an in-between bot for these. But it's good to have the links and stuff.